Good morning, and welcome to the plenary session in our annual meeting, which is entitled The Multiple Roles of Livestock in Sustainable Development. As you know well, the global agricultural sector, and hence livestock, is experiencing profound challenges as a result of several pressures. On the one hand, there's a growing demand for high quality and nutritious animal source food, for a growing global population, because by 2050 there will be more than 9 billion persons on the planet with their particular needs and demands. On the other, both consumers and non-consumers request that their production is resource efficiency and environmentally and welfare friendly. In order to attend these demands, we need a competitive livestock sector which is adapted not only to climate but also to global change. It's essential to keep in mind that we are dealing with global issues, but they will need locally tailored solutions. We have a large variety of agroecosystems throughout the world with different breeds and species. They are in different production systems. Some are more extensive, some others are more intensive, and they will provide a wide range of products and services. and also play very diverse roles in their social and economic context. In order to cope with all these challenges, research and innovation is essential to help farmers and the livestock sector develop systems that are economically profitable, environmentally sustainable, and accepted by society. Livestock farming and animal products are often presented as a problem, while they can certainly be an important part of the solution. We will tackle all these issues today. First, we will have a presentation on the Swiss livestock sector. Then we will have the 3 invited speakers of our plenary session dealing specifically with the multiple roles of livestock in sustainable development. And finally, we will have our 2 Leroy awardees that will also deal with some of these aspects in their presentations. So to start with the presentation this morning, we will have Adrian Aebi. Adrian is an agronomist from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology who specialized in agricultural economics. He also holds a Master of Business Administration. He has worked in several companies in the livestock sector and been even managing director of the Emmental Show Dairy. He is currently Deputy Director of the Federal Office of Agriculture, where he heads the Markets and Added Value Directorate. So the floor is yours, Adrian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to day 2 of EAAP 21. Dear colleagues, I hope you had a good start yesterday in this conference, finally in physics and not virtual. I have the great honor to represent the Swiss government here and talk to you as such a representative on the following subjects. I will show you or give you some insights about Switzerland in general. Then I go a bit deeper into agriculture in Switzerland. Then what we do as a government to support agriculture. And then, of course, scientific solutions. That's not my business, that's your business. That's what's coming after my presentation then. Well, let's look at a couple of figures here. You are in a country where we have about 8.5 million people. And the thing which is always astonishing is that more than 1/4 is foreign people. So 1/4 of our population does not hold a Swiss passport. We are very happy to have those people. It's very important for our economy, for our social life, etc. But it's quite a big number. I think it's among the highest number of foreign people of all European countries. When we go further and look at the geography where we currently are, you recognize that you are in a mountain village here, or even a city in the mountains. And just to know, 23% of our surface is above 2,000 meters of altitude. So it's not very unusual to have places like this one here. Those who will join Swiss Evening on the Fuchsenkufer this evening, that's about 1/3 of you, you will visit such a location of 2,000 and more meters of altitude. What's important is this picture here where you see Switzerland. I have to point here. Here we go. I will come back to this picture because this is also important for agriculture. Switzerland lives basically in this red area. This is where business is, this is where traffic is, this is where people are living, and this is where agriculture should be. So you see the conflict of interest where we have in the area which we call Mittelland. Now let's move on to how the country is governed, and this is also very important to understand, if you're not a Swiss, to understand how Switzerland works. We are very convinced that the more you are peripheral, the better you can decide what's good for you. So federalism is the key word here. The federalism is very strong in Switzerland. We have more than 2,000 communities. They try to decide whatever they can by itself. They take responsibility. There are a lot of people working just for free in order that those communities can be moved forward. And then they are organized in 26 cantons and, of course, one federal government. And just to say, agricultural policy is organized on a country level, not on a community level. That's the good thing about it. And then, last but not least, how we make our living. Here again, you have seen that Switzerland is in the heart of Europe. We make about every second Swiss franc of our GDP via trade. And our by far most important trading partner is the European Union. 70% of our exports are going to the EU, and our imports, or vice versa, 52% of our exports are going to the EU, and over 70% of our imports are coming from the European Union. The most important products are chemicals, pharmaceutical products, machinery, and of course, the famous watches. If you look at the composition of the GDP, you will also recognize that agriculture makes 0.7% of our GDP. That's a very small number, but if you look at how important it is in terms of surface of Switzerland, agriculture still has a big importance, and it's also something which shows the tradition of the country. But just looking at the pure numbers, Switzerland, agriculture is not so important for our country. So, let's look a bit deeper into agriculture. I have this picture here again. That's what I have pointed out before. This is the famous Mittelland. We have 44% of our farms in this light blue area, where you have also the field crops. All in all, the whole country is about 70% grassland. The agricultural land is about 70% grassland, 14% grains, and very few permanent crops and other field crops. All in all, we have about 1/3 of the surface as agricultural land. So it's not much. A big portion is covered by mountains, of course. I have a little film for you. I hope this is going to work, which presents you the Swiss agriculture.
We enjoy our food. For that, we can thank our agriculture and food sector. In Switzerland, an alpine country, around 1/3 of the total area can be utilized for agriculture. Compared to other countries, that may not seem much, but there's still room for diversity in agricultural production, not least because our farmers are well trained and because great importance is attached to research and innovation. Grasslands make up over 2/3 of the utilized agricultural area. That's important for the diet of our cattle, the source of traditional, high-quality dairy products. But meadows and pastures are also vital for meat production. Arable farming is concentrated in the Central Plateau. The crops produced here include bread and fodder cereals, potatoes and maize. But increasingly, crops that have been somewhat neglected, such as rye, peas or oats, are now also being sown or planted again. In addition, a relatively small area is used for specialty crops, such as grapevines, fruit or vegetables. The diversity of agricultural production has been continuously developing in recent years and adapting to the requirements of society. International trade is essential. In order to produce agricultural goods, Switzerland has to import, for example, seeds and feedstuffs. Food is imported too, as Switzerland's natural resources are not sufficient to feed the entire population. At the same time, Swiss products are in great demand abroad, with Swiss cheese being a perfect example. What all Swiss products have in common are high quality and high production standards. Since 1996, production in Switzerland has been subject to basic requirements in the form of proof of ecological performance. The production base has to be carefully managed through effective, safe, and sustainable use of inputs. Innovative technologies and digitalization can be used to address the challenges facing Swiss agriculture. For example, drones and robots facilitate sustainable production, helping to protect the environment and enhance biodiversity. In Switzerland, 1 in 10 jobs are linked to the agri-food sector, but not all the work is done in the stable or field. Many farmers also rely on other activities, such as energy production, tourism, or direct sales. Here, farmers have to meet difficult challenges: producing high-quality foods, protecting the environment, and obtaining a secure income. Switzerland's agriculture and food sector spares no effort, so that we can all enjoy our food.
So, a little insight about agriculture in Switzerland, and what we expect from our agriculture is stipulated in our federal constitution. We have an article there which is saying that we need reliable provision of foodstuffs, we need to conserve our natural resources, and we need a decentralized population. Remember the hilly country and all the hill valleys where we have people living, and we want to make sure as a society that they can make their living up there also. But we introduced a new article, and this is a very modern article in our constitution. It's about food security, and if you read that, it's really a modern article where agriculture has to move in the years to come. So it's about land, safeguarding land. It's about agriculture adapted to local conditions. It's about an agriculture which is responding to the markets as well. It's about international trade. You have heard that we are highly dependent on international trade, but it's a matter on how we set the framework on this trade, whether we have ecological conditions also and not only border protection. So these are important questions. And then Article E, or Character E, it's about using food in a way that conserves natural resources. And this is something which is very important to us as a government, that we should not only look at agriculture, agricultural production, it's always an entire together with consumption. So production and consumption always have to move together into the right direction. Now let's move a little bit closer to livestock. You see the distribution of production value. This here is at farm gate, and you can see that half of the production value of Swiss agriculture is coming directly from livestock. And if you add the feedstuff production, you get up to 60–65% of production value. So, what are the demands on the livestock sector? I have a picture here which shows you the value chain. So one of the big demands, of course, is that we work together in the entire value chain. As I pointed out before, consumption is very important. What does the consumer need? And then you have pressure from international arrangements. I have put 2 here, but also from international competition. And then on the other hand, you have those expectations from society, which is animal health, animal welfare, environmental issues, and also footprint and conservation of genetic resources. And overall, in the bottom here, something which concerns all of us, that's the digitalization, which puts another set of pressure on the entire sector. In short, what we need to do, and this is a lot related to OECD studies as well, we need to secure production. We have to produce food for the population, for the people, and livestock is playing an important role in the production. But we also have to make sure that the producers, the farmers, can make their living with what they do. So that's the second important factor. But then climate change, of course, is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I think throughout the whole Europe we have seen what weather can do, especially this year, and those incidences, as we had them 2021, will come more and more due to climate change. Biodiversity is another issue, and of course animal health, especially in Switzerland, but I know that it's also a big issue in Europe, will play a more and more important role. So these are challenges for the entire sector. And what do we do? You might know Switzerland is very much supporting agriculture. That's for sure. And in contrary to the other sectors, industry, services, we are highly protecting our markets. In the other two sectors, we are a very open economy. So 99.3% is very open of our economy. And the first sector, agriculture, is not completely, but quite closed. So border protection accounts for about 50% of our support system into agriculture. We have a few direct market support, that's only a few anymore. And then we moved a couple of years ago all our support into direct payments, green box payments, which are not affecting directly the level of production. We do some structural improvements, that's especially important in the areas here, in the mountain areas. And of course, research extension services is also very important. You certainly all know Agroscope, our research institution here in Switzerland, which is doing a terrific job also in the field of livestock. We have worked together along the value chain, together with all the stakeholders, on an animal breeding strategy. We did that 2017, published 2018. It's a strategy of the government, but the private sector and also research and development was heavily involved in the development. And in fact, it became a strategy which is leading the way for all of us. So the three areas, we have to go together into this direction. We also have quite important international engagements. We are quite active in the FAO as a country. We have activities in the Global Research Alliance, GRA. We have many private and public research cooperations. And last but not least, we are also heavily involved in the global agenda for sustainable livestock. And now I'm switching presentation, and I want to tell you a little bit more on the global agenda for sustainable livestock, which is also one of the most important partners for EAAP 21. Let me just see. Here we go. So the global agenda was found in 2011, and it is recognized as a platform for sharing and co-creation of solutions. It has more than 100 institutional partners. And of course, in 2016, GASL, as we call it, GASL has aligned with the relevant SDGs. We have put here 9 of the SDGs, which are leading the way for the activities of GASL. The objectives are dialogue, evidence, and change in practices and policies. So in terms of dialogue, and this is probably also one of the most important reasons why Swiss government is supporting GASL that much, is that there is a multi-stakeholder dialogue. It's what I have mentioned before for Switzerland, for the breeding strategy. This is also valid here for GASL. We need to talk together, and we need to talk together between the private sector, research, and also the governments. And only like that we are able to bring or to move forward the entire sector. Then evidence is important. Research, sharing of knowledge, and communicate this research. And then last but not least, GASL has also a lot of activities out there in the field, talking to farmers and trying to move the systems forward into the direction of the SDGs. GASL gave itself a strategic framework. It's very close to what I have showed you before in this circle with those 5 elements. GASL is also talking about livelihood and economic growth. It's talking about food and nutrition security, which is becoming, if you look at it on a worldwide basis, one of the most important issues. Animal health and welfare is an issue here, and also climate. So very similar to what we in Switzerland see as the biggest challenges. And this is another reason why we believe GASL is a very good platform and network. So GASL has planned to have the annual meeting as well in Switzerland, 2020, then they moved to 21. And finally, they had to decide that they can have it not physical, but virtual in June 7th to 11th. It would have been in Switzerland, in Delémont, in the north, in the Jura, and it would have been a close relation to EAAP 21, of course. What they did under the theme Embrace Changes and Harness Diversity, they set some key points by setting the scene and push and pull factors. And of course, COVID-19 was an issue. How does COVID accelerate the structural change in the livestock sector? They were also pushed and they engage in the UN Food Systems Summit, which will be held very soon, I think around the 20th of September in New York, although I heard that it will be virtual also. And of course, climate change is also one of the big topics. And diversity is the other thing. Harness diversity. Diversity is a strength in the view of GASL, and this was also a very important topic for them. The results are here in short, in a summary. They want to have or reach out to get more stakeholder groups from society to be involved. They want to communicate more on multifunctionality and roles, and they want to communicate in a balanced and nuanced way. And it's not only, sunshine in the livestock sector. We also have to address the backsides. We also have to talk about those things and to put everything on the table in order to move forward. And what GASL wants is a coordinated action between all the three elements, as I said before, private sector, government, and research. And for harnessing diversity, they really acknowledge the diversity and complexity of systems, and what's important, there is no fit-for-all solution. If you look at it on a worldwide basis, that's pretty obvious. The systems are so different and diverse all over, so for sure there is no fit-for-all solution. So what I can tell you is, please go on their website, livestockdialogue.org. Look at what they do, try to connect with GASL. I think this is a very good place, a very good event here to connect the European research community to the worldwide GASL movement. And if we do that successfully, I think we can move on in the way we should develop the livestock sector. So, this is it. This is the brown cow, Simmental, from where I am. We are rather in another area. This is in this area you have the brown cows. This is the Simmental cow in the Bernese Oberland. You see the diversity. Every other valley in Switzerland has its own breed, and that makes Switzerland, despite the fact that it's a very small country. So enjoy your stay here. I wish you a very successful EAAP 21. And please come up with good solutions for the future of the livestock sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. We were discussing earlier that it's a great opportunity for us participants in these EAP annual meetings and a privilege to be able to get some insight on the livestock sector of each of the countries we visit and how people make their living. So thanks very much for this and for the presentation of the JASL GASL. So now we move in the next part of our session today. We will have a Just for information, this plenary session will be organized with 3 invited speakers. Each of them will make their presentations, and then we will have a turn of questions. I don't remember exactly the time. We will have half an hour in which you can get questions to me in the room, and Matthias Gauli, former president of Eaap, will help me in co-chairing this session by collecting the questions that come from the online participants. So the virtual participants can start raising their questions through their platform, and for those who are in the room, we will collect them later when we do the general discussion. Our first presenter in the plenary session today is Anne Mottet. Here we will follow the spirit of the meeting from Switzerland to the world. Anne holds a PhD in agroecosystems, and she is currently Livestock Development Officer with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Here she leads a program of work on technical assistance to international funding institutions, such as the World Bank, to support their investments in low-carbon and resilient livestock. She also co-leads the global development and implementation of the tool for agroecology performance evaluation. With her research, she supports governments and policymakers, farmers, and the private sector. Her areas of expertise are in livestock production systems, environmental science, agricultural economics and policy, and several others. The title of her presentation today will be The Role of Livestock Production in Global Food Security. So, Anne, thanks very much.
Thanks, Isabel. Good morning, all. And first, I would like to thank the Eaap Secretariat for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here with you all, to see familiar faces again, and to benefit from such a large expertise in the room. It's really my first time out after COVID, so I'm really enjoying it very much. I also would like to thank a couple of colleagues in the office in Rome and the team with Badi Besbes who have contributed to this presentation. So we're going to review a number of contributions of the global livestock sector to sustainable development goals, to sustainability in general. And let's start with, I think, one that is at the core of our mandate in FAO. Obviously, it's food security, but also is the core of the global livestock sector itself. But before we start, maybe just let's have a look at the definition of food security. I was in a couple of meetings recently with the WTO, just for the anecdote, and for 5 minutes we realized that we were talking about food security, but they were referring to food safety, so the sanitary quality of products, while we were talking about food security the way we understand it in FAO and the way it has been defined in 1996 in the United Nations. And in this definition, we have 4 dimensions which are equally important. The most common one, the one that everybody understands, is availability of food products. For food security, you need to have products. But very quickly in the 80s, after food security started to be discussed at global level, we saw that availability is not enough. Access is very important, physical access, but also economic access. Without access to food products, even if they're available, you don't have food security. One that is maybe less obvious and started to be defined in the 90s is food utilization. And this has to do with the health status of people. For example, if you're sick, you're not using your food, your body is not using the food the same way. And also if you're old or young, if you're a woman or a man. And this is very important, and it has to do a lot with the nutritional content of the food. And finally, a dimension that is important for food security is the fact that all 3 previous dimensions remain stable over time. Another element of context before we dig into livestock and how they contribute to food security is the perspective in terms of food supply and demand in the future. I just put there some figures from a prospective analysis that was published by FAO in 2018. We have 3 different scenarios: business as usual, towards more sustainability, and less sustainability that we call stratified societies. And what you can see here is that whatever the scenario in the future, we will need more food. because we will have more people, and under the current situation, whether we improve it a little bit, for example, we have policies that facilitate the distribution of food towards more sustainability, but also less waste and loss, maybe some changing in diets, or whether we have a trend that is worsening in terms of sustainability. We have more discrepancies between rich and poor, for example, so stratified societies. We need more meat, dairy and eggs, as you can see, but we also need more cereals, fruits and vegetables, and all types of food, really. So this is the context where we are at the moment, and the context in which we're going to work for food security. So what's the status? Every year, FAO and some partner agencies in the UN, we release an analysis of the current status of food security and food insecurity in the world. And one thing that is important, that is a new trend since 2015, is that hunger is on the rise again. So you see in this trend, whether we're talking about the total number of people suffering from hunger on the blue line, or the prevalence of undernourishment, which is the share of the global population experiencing hunger, we have a trend that is going up again. And this, as I said, since 2015. And this happened after 15, 20 years of improvement. There are different reasons behind this. Climate change is an important one. The occurrence of conflicts at global level in different regions is also driving up hunger. But this is an important fact at the moment, that we have more and more people suffering from hunger. And we have at the moment a bit less than 1 in 9 people at global level who's regularly undernourished. We also work, when it comes to food security, with 2 other forms of malnutrition. Undernourishment is one, hunger, but there's also deficit in micronutrients that result in various problems for the health of people. So you have a couple here, stunting, so children that are not growing the way they should be because of a deficit in nutrients, anemia. You can see here that almost 1 in 3 women in the world is suffering from anemia. We're going to hear about nutrition from Frederic a little later, so I'm not going to go too deep into that. But that's an important figure. And this is not only, as you could imagine, in low and middle income countries. If you look at the United States or in the UK as well, you have a very high prevalence of anemia in women as well, between 20 and 30%. So we're going to look at a couple of drivers of how livestock contribute to food security. The first one, we talked about food availability, food supply. We know that at the moment, currently, the livestock sector contributes about 17% of kilocalories in terms of energy and 34% of protein. That's at global level. But it's also the provision of micronutrients, in particular iron, calcium, zinc, and a couple of different vitamins like B12, which is essentially found in animal products. The contribution of livestock to food security is also through the income generated at household level, but also at national level, through marketing animal products. For example, we have, this part is a little bit difficult to estimate because we would have to review, to survey all households in the world to find out, but we have good estimates, and some of them show that about 60% of rural households would have some form of livestock, would keep some form of livestock. In some regions, it's 100% of the income that is derived from livestock. Sometimes it goes down to 10-15%, but it's always a significant share. There's also a contribution through how livestock enhance crops' productivity, through obviously manure and fertilization, but also animal traction. We have also estimates on this. Up to 40% of arable land would benefit from animal traction or manure, or both, for their fertility. We also have some good analysis of the global availability of some nutrients. For example, nitrogen, there are estimates showing that the global amount of nitrogen that could be derived from livestock manure is actually higher than what's available from synthetic fertilizers, even though not everything is recovered, used, and some of it is wasted, as we know. One point that we're going to touch upon is the feed-food competition. There's a strong argument saying that why feeding cereals to the sector, why we could feed it directly to hungry people and contribute to diminish food insecurity. So we're going to look into this. We're quickly going to look also at food waste and loss and what's particular in the livestock sector compared to other agricultural subsectors. One topic that I'm not going to cover but that is important is food safety for animal products. And if you remember, one of the dimensions of food security is food utilization. If you provide food that is unsafe, for example, animal products like meat or milk that is unsafe to consume, people are going to get sick and their food insecurity will grow up. So this is also an important topic that we won't have time to cover, but it's important to keep it in mind. And finally, maybe one topic I would like to cover, and thank you, Adrian, for introducing it, is the one of climate. It might not seem so straightforward compared to the other drivers, but I believe we've seen that climate is driving more and more policy decisions, individual consumers' decisions. I have it on the good authority that you can actually see climate change from space. If you looked at some recent tweets, you see pictures of the Hurricane Ida that are very impressive, but also the forest fires from Greece, from California. It's very impressive, and you can all see that with your own eyes on pictures. So this is more and more driving our decisions, as I said, as individuals and consumers, but also as policymakers. And this can have an influence as well on food security. So if we go back to the first driver, the food supply, this is the picture of the consumption of kilocalories by big regions. I didn't put all the regions, but some important regions here on this map. You see that first, we don't consume the same amount of kilocalories per person. You see that in some regions we are quite high, in some regions quite low, actually lower than what should be necessary to maintain good health. And you see that most of these calories, whatever the region, are provided by plant products. So it's important to just remind ourselves that all diets are virtually plant-based in the world. And this is also the case when you look at protein only. So you remember it was 17% of kilocalories and 34% of protein at global level. But you see that we have higher discrepancies here when we look at protein. You see that there are regions that are very low. Some, it's from simple to double between, for example, West Africa and North America. Some regions are actually lower than recommendations in terms of protein consumption. If you take the usual nutritional recommendation of 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of live weight for a sedentary person, that's about 60 grams of protein per day for a man of 80 kilos. If he's sedentary, if he has a physical activity, you should have more. So you see that in some parts of the world we're lower than that. But we can look at some other correlations. For example, here we plotted all the different countries. So each dot is a country. And you have on one side the per capita supply of animal protein and the global hunger index, which is one indicator for measuring hunger in the world. And you see that countries that are between serious and alarming situations in terms of food insecurity, so the ones at the top, are the ones where you consume the less animal protein, and vice versa. Countries that have a very low incidence of hunger are countries where, in average, we consume more animal protein. And we see the opposite trend when we plot the share of dietary energy derived from cereals, roots, and tuber. So the other part of a diet, the plant-based part, you see that the countries with the lower incomes, the one that correspond with the red dots on this chart, are the ones where you consume the most cereals, roots, and tubers as a share of your diet, and the ones where you have the higher, what we call hidden hunger index. So hidden hunger is nutrient deficiency, as we mentioned. It's one form of the malnutrition we explained at the beginning. So you see there's another correlation, an inverted one here. If we look into some other forms of malnutrition, if you remember stunting, so children who are not growing as they should, the incidence of the prevalence of stunting is found also in countries where we have the lowest consumption of meat. So you see all the countries that are on the left on this chart, and vice versa, the lowest stunting rates are found in countries where you have the highest meat consumption, whether from beef, pig, or poultry, or sheep. And finally, the third form of malnutrition that we have not touched on yet is overconsumption, overnutrition, overweight and obesity. If you remember on the chart, we had about 12 to 15% of obesity incidence prevalence at global level. In some countries, we know that it's higher. So you have here some regions of the world with the percentage of the population that is obese. So you see that at global level, we are rising at the moment, and in some parts of the world, we have very high rates. For example, if you look at North America, in certain groups of population, we reach a very high incidence of obesity, and it's also, again, the places where we have the highest consumption of animal products. It's also places where you have the highest consumption of everything, including ultra-processed food, and I'm sure we're going to hear about that a bit later. And just to finish on nutrition, because I'm going to leave that to my colleague Frederic here, but there are very interesting studies coming up, and here is a couple of them on the left in South Asia and on the right in Eastern and Southern Africa, where, so we know that there is a nutritional gap for children. So children are suffering from stunting, from wasting, because they don't have enough nutritional diversity in their diets. And these studies have shown that the products that are listed here on this chart are the ones that can contribute to closing this gap in terms of iron, vitamin A, zinc, folate, and vitamin B12, and calcium as well. And you see that if you need to consume different sizes of a portion to close this nutritional gap. So here's the size of the portion that is needed to cover 1/3 of your needs. And you see the highest density is found in animal products and what we call dark leafy greens. So this is also an important part that animal products can contribute to closing the nutritional gap for very vulnerable populations such as children. So let's move now. We've covered the availability, the supply of food, and its quality in terms of nutritional content. But livestock also contribute to food security through the generation of income and economic growth. We have here on this chart the trend in terms of how much livestock contribute to the agricultural GDP. And the growth rate, this is the dot, and the bars correspond to the share in agricultural GDP. And you see that it varies between regions. It's actually higher in high-income countries, like, for example, if you look at North America. And you see that the growth rate is always positive, so the sector is still growing economically, but at different rates. And you see that the fastest growing regions are low and middle-income countries. And when we look at the value of livestock, we've covered GDP, but we know that it's not all. GDP is only one way of expressing the contribution, the livestock's true value, as represented here. I'm borrowing this from Salman et al. You see that there are other values, economic but also non-economic, that are brought into the systems. For example, we mentioned animal traction, so this is also an important value. There are cultural and traditional values associated to livestock, as we know, for example, in some traditional ceremonies. Manure we've covered, but also we know that livestock contribute to the economy of a household through some savings. It's sometimes like a bank account, as we know. But this is without counting also for the byproducts. So we have obviously meat, eggs, milk, but we also have fibers, we have leather, we also have some medicines that are derived from livestock. I'm just mentioning here, for example, heparin. So all this contributes to the value of the livestock sector. And if you generate income at household level or national level, you're going to be able to buy food to increase your level of food security. So let's move on to this question of feed-food competition now. As I mentioned before, it's pretty natural to say, well, we're growing food to feed to animals, and then we're eating those animals. Is this really efficient? So at FAO, we looked at what the global feed intake of the sector is, and we estimated a global intake of 6 billion tons of dry matter per year. And the breakdown is this one on this pie chart. We see that it's first composed of a lot of material that are not edible for humans. So grass and leaves, crop residues, byproducts. The total is about 86% of the dry matter that goes into the global livestock sector that we consider at this stage currently not edible for humans. This being said, the 14% of edible products, including 13% of grains, is a real competition here. The cereals consumed by the livestock sector represent about a third of global cereal production, which is very significant, and this is where the competition is happening. So the next natural question is, what is more efficient to turning this feed into animal protein? Should we focus on monogastrics or ruminants, for example? So we also looked into what we call feed conversion ratios, and I'm very happy we had a very good session yesterday afternoon on this topic. So feed conversion ratios, it's the amount of feed needed to produce 1 kilogram of protein. And what we see is that ruminants and monogastric contribute about the same level to global protein supply, as you see in the first column. But ruminants need way more dry matter to produce 1 kilogram of protein than monogastrics. 133 kilos for ruminants versus 30 kilos for monogastrics. But if we look into this dry matter, into what is edible for humans, so we remove all the grass, all the straw, all the brands that we cannot eat, we actually kind of invert the trend, and we fall to 6 kilograms of dry matter edible for ruminants versus 16 for monogastrics. A current, also very useful feed conversion ratio is the one for producing 1 kilogram of meat only. I'm sure you read in the press that sometimes they refer to 6 kilos of cereals for 1 kilogram of beef. Sometimes I've read up to 20 kilos. Our estimate is 3 kilos actually at global level for any sort of meat. So this meat feed conversion ratio is quite useful also to correct some of the assumptions made about the sector at the moment. And before moving on, I would like you to have a look at the last column, which represents the share of the feed intake that is edible, but only its protein content. So it's basically how much plant edible protein do we need to produce 1 kilogram of animal protein. And you see that at global level, we have ruminants that are around 0.6, so they're under 1, which means that they make a positive contribution to net protein supply. They turn protein that we cannot eat into protein we can eat, whereas monogastrics are around 2. So the next logical question is, okay, they eat grass that we cannot eat, but this grass is growing onto land that we could use for producing crops. So let's look at whether feed and food are competing for land. With the same estimate, we calculated that we have about 2.5 billion hectares of land that are used to produce the feed for the livestock, forage and cereals and all this, with a total amount of agricultural land around 4.8 billion hectares. So you see about the share that represents. But this is the breakdown of the land. So we have about half of it that correspond to pastures and rangelands that are not croppable, that we estimate are not arable. And this part can only be used for herbivores, not only ruminants, but for example also camels and horses. Another share of these pastures are actually grasslands that we could crop, and we could grow cereals on them, but this would have also consequences, for example, in terms of releasing carbon when we turn a grassland into cropland, but also a loss of a number of ecosystem services that are associated with pastures and grasslands. This part here, the 9% of the land that corresponds to growing cereals, is actually the one that could be considered in competition. This share can even be higher in OECD countries. And we have also to mention the fact that about 65% of the land that is used to grow cereals to feed livestock is actually used for monogastrics. And finally, we have some land that we allocated to the livestock sector. The land that is used to produce, for example, soybean cakes, or soybeans where we also produce cakes, or the cereals where we use the crop residues for livestock. So based on the mass fraction allocation and an economic fraction allocation, we allocated parts of this land for livestock. And in this case, monogastrics represent about 76%, for example, of the area allocated for oilseed cakes. metrics. So it's also on this land that we can find some competition. So to conclude on this feed food competition aspect, obviously the way to go, the improvements that we can make are about improving circularity, improving the role of livestock in the circularity of biomass, what we call also the circular bioeconomy. And we have here some sort of representation, theoretical representation of livestock, a livestock value chain, when one would be completely linear at the top. So you see we have all feed that is derived from grain, from other sort of crops, and we reminded ourselves that it's about 30% of the global cereal production that goes into livestock, and all the rest goes into waste. Whereas in a circular theoretical supply chain, we would have a recycling of crop residues, of byproducts, but also why not waste from the agri-food industry used as animal feed, and also a circularity in terms of using more of the manure for fertility of crops. We're not going to go into a lot of details for food loss and waste because it's an entire topic itself, but this is the global assessment that you may be familiar with, how much of each of the types of commodities produced in the world is considered lost or wasted. We are improving our estimates at the moment. We are revising the 30% that we previously published in 2013. But one thing that we could see here is that, for example, if you look at dairy or meat, we're a bit lower than, for example, fruits and vegetables. So this also has to do with the value of the products. If you're wasting meat, you're losing more money than if you're wasting a tomato. And if we look at the details, for example, for meat, we also look into the different regions, but the different stages along the supply chains where waste and loss happen. And you see that depending on the region, we don't have the same stages in the production system, in the production cycle that we need to focus on. For example, in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa or North Africa and Central Asia, a lot of the waste and loss happen at production level and a bit less downstream at retailing or processing. Whereas if you look at high-income countries areas, for example, Europe or North America, we waste more at the consumption stages, so at the very end of the cycle. And the last topic, if you remember, is the one about climate. So you know about the discussions that happen in the media, but also at policy level, I would say, whether we should improve the carbon footprint of the sector or cut down on meat consumption to tackle climate change. There are estimates on both sides. For example, on the left in FAO, we have estimates on a number of improvements that could be performed in a variety of systems and regions in the world, and what would be the impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So if you take, for example, the small ruminant system in West Africa, you see that we estimated that improving modestly feed quality, grazing management, and health and husbandry would reduce greenhouse gas emission between 27 and 41%. So there are estimates on this. We know the potential. We also have project for upscaling these proof of concepts, and it's already happening with large investments from World Bank or Eaap, for example. And on the other side, we also have studies showing that if we change our diets, we would have also a very strong impact on our greenhouse gas emissions, on carbon footprint. I would like here to mention this quite new study on the right-hand side of the screen that actually compared those two approaches and concluded that improvements on the production level might have a significantly higher impact on global emissions than changes in diets. And this also can be explained by the fact that changing people's diet is quite difficult, and we don't know for how long they're going to keep going on with the changed diets, or if they're going to go back to their initial diet. So this is also from the uncertainty on the diet side that these authors concluded that the production supply side to tackle climate change might have a higher impact. But it's also important to look at what is the metric when we make our decisions, whether as a consumer or a decision maker, a policy maker. We are very familiar with the central part of this chart. We just ranked food in terms of their carbon footprint, CO2 emissions per 100 gram of food, and you see that naturally you find all the livestock products at the bottom with the highest amount of greenhouse gas emissions per 100 grams of food. But on the left, you see also that we have way higher nutrition density for those products. So, for example, cheese, eggs, pork, beef, they have higher density than any other food listed on this chart. So if we calculate this index of greenhouse gas emissions nutrients density per greenhouse gas emissions, we change the ranking of food. We still have beef at the bottom of this chart, but you see that, for example, eggs, pork, cheese, they change their position. As my colleague Jean-Louis Perrault said, this might be misleading a little bit because we're not comparing exactly the same thing when we calculate nutrient density per kilogram of CO2. So he made this chart to compare directly the greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of product or the greenhouse gas emission per index of nutrition. And you see that we can even cut down almost by half the carbon footprint if you consider the nutrition density of products. So the metric is also very important. So before we conclude, we could ask ourselves, what are the recommendations? What are the public policy recommendations in terms of food consumption at the moment? One important point is that what we call food-based dietary guidelines are not very present, at least not in all countries in the world. Only about 95 countries out of 215 have those guidelines. Most of them, if not all, do include some consumption of animal products. So you have a couple of examples here, the one in Benin at the top, and the one in Chile at the bottom. In Chile, they even have a blacklist of products not to consume, as you can see. But even when guidelines exist, they're not always easy to find, and the intended audience, the consumers, might not have access to it, and the link with other policies, for example, agricultural policies, is not always clear. And also another challenge is the difficulties to monitor and evaluate the impact of those guidelines. So, before I conclude, one thing that we saw today, I hope, is that we cannot aggregate all those different concepts here. Food consumption is not equal to nutrition, and it's not equal to diet. Those are three different things. And two important consequences of this is that, first, most dietary guidelines don't recommend actual amounts of animal products or any products to consume. They're in the form of pyramids or plates and infographics most of the time. And another consequence is that most studies that look into the impact of diet don't consider nutrition but stop at kilocalories or protein. So we need to consider, and this is just an introduction for the following talks, but we need to consider food security as one of the sustainable development goals. As you see here, the livestock sector both has opportunities and challenges in all 17 goals, and zero hunger, number 2, is one of them. And as Adrian mentioned, in FAO, but also in the Global Forum for Food and Agriculture, and also the European Animal Task Force, we consider these 4 priority areas for livestock sustainable development, and food and nutrition security is the first one. So to conclude, a couple of points for the sustainable development of livestock and a better contribution towards zero hunger. We saw that first, demand will continue to increase, and livestock are and will be essential to food security and nutrition, but also to agroecosystems, with very strong contrast between regions. But we need to resolve the trade-offs between the different dimensions of sustainability. We just looked at a couple, for example, food security and climate, but there are many other trade-offs between improving the availability of products and other sustainability dimensions, especially environmental. We do have policy mechanisms already in place, for example, regulations, especially in Europe, we know about that. But also premiums, payment for environmental services, public money that goes into research and development, but also market interventions. We have a whole range of public interventions and policies, but they need to be adapted and tailored to regional and national contexts. An important point, and one I'm working with very heavily with FAO, is that there are more and more investment and financing opportunities for livestock, with the recognition of what we call their co-benefits in terms of climate, but not only, and in particular their potential for improved efficiency, for their role in the sequestration of carbon, especially in pastures, and their role in the circular bioeconomy. And these 3 pillars are really important directions for the sustainable development of livestock. And the last point, and one that calls back to the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock mentioned by Adrian, we also have in FAO established an intergovernmental platform where ministers, governments come and discuss specifically livestock. The first session will be in 2022, and the first point on the agenda is a discussion paper on the role of livestock in nutrition and healthy diets. The Global Agenda is a very strong partner of this intergovernmental mechanism as a multi-stakeholder informant, but also a place of dialogue. But this place here is the one for governments to discuss specifically livestock, and I believe it's very important because it's new, and before that governments would not have as much space and time to discuss issues specific to the livestock sector. So thank you very much for your attention. Not too long?
No, very well. So thanks very much, Anne, for a very interesting talk. It has certainly set the background for the other presentations we will have today. Our next speaker is Frederic Leroy. Frederic holds a PhD in Applied Biological Sciences, and he is currently professor at the Vrije Universiteit Brussels in Brussels, in Belgium, in the Department of Science and Bioengineering. His research deals with the many ecological aspects and functional roles of bacterial communities in fermented foods, with a focus on animal products. His work also relates to human and animal health and well-being, as well as to elements of tradition and innovation in food context, thus combining several disciplines in collaborations with experts in different fields. He is particularly interested in the role of animal source foods in ethical, sustainable, and healthy diets, and hence the title of his presentation today, Animal Products in Healthy Diets. So, thanks, Frederic.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Also, a thank you to Anne for a brilliant presentation and the perfect introduction to my talk, basically. So let me specify up front that this presentation is going to focus on human health and nutrition, not on animal health, not so much on the environmental impacts either, not on ethics, even though all those elements are, of course, intrinsically interrelated. And let me just briefly touch upon this by showing you this conceptual outline of how metrics usually are played out in food policy. So you will have a numerator that will quantify the impact, and it can be liters of water, it can be hectares of land, or it could be CO2 emissions under the label of CO2 equivalence. And then this is scaled for food. It's scaled for nutrition, it's scaled for food units. Now, these metrics are extremely useful because they allow you to measure things, to compare and to improve, but you need to approach them very, very carefully because they come with a lot of complexities behind their assumptions. And maybe to illustrate that, if we look, for instance, at liters of water, you have to make a distinction between green water from rainfall or blue extractive water, or it may not be all that much about the liters as such, but about the water stress in certain regions. Land can be arable land, and you will have feed-food competition, but it can also be marginal land, or you can have land that is situated in open ecosystems, and others may be useful for afforestation. So it all depends. And the same for CO2 equivalents. If you look at the emissions, you have a fundamental difference between CO2 from fossil fuels and methane when it's inserted in a biogenic cycle, and that's the whole GWP star discussion. Now, we don't go into detail into those points, but we do have to realize that you will have to face trade-offs. If you improve emissions, well, you may have to use more land, so it's all interrelated, and it's always just a fraction of the whole sustainability dialogue, because you also have to take into account ecosystem services and livelihoods and so forth. We're not going to talk much more about this. We're going to focus on the denominator, and that's the scaling for the food. And it's very often done as kilograms of food. And that can be useful in some cases if you want to compare production systems for a specific food, or if you want to compare very comparable foods. But if you're going to compare 1 kilogram of beef with 1 kilogram of tomato, that's going to be very misleading. You could use caloric content, but then again, that's just one fraction of the whole nutritional value. And you often see also kilograms of protein, and that's maybe already a step closer to essential nutrition, but it's still often problematic, and I'll come back to this in a moment. And to illustrate how this looks like, and it refers a bit to one of the slides that Anne just showed as well, this is a graph that has been made by the World Resources Institute, and you see many of this style, and you have indeed beef and lamb particularly at the bottom of the graph with the largest impact on both land and on emissions. But if you look how it is expressed per millions of calories consumed. So if you would follow that logic blindly without contextualizing it, it would basically mean that you would have to pick the foods at the top of the graph, which are mostly sugar, oils, and starchy staples. Now, the next question we'll have to ask is whether the higher emission cost of some of the foods that come out worse may be partially offset by their higher nutritional value. And indeed, we know that the mid-century challenges with respect to nutrition are not all that much related to calories. There is the hunger issue to be solved, and it's not unimportant, but it is maybe even a higher priority to look into the question of high-quality protein and a range of micronutrients, of which many are particularly bioavailable in animal-source foods. And we're talking about zinc and iron and calcium and vitamin A and D and B12 and so forth. So if we're going to reduce animal-source foods, you would have to take that into account. And that's not just only valid for the global south, it's also an issue in the west. This is the case for iron intake. And this is some data for the case of Australia, where we see that 40% of Australian teenage girls now are facing deficiency. But maybe even more worryingly is that there seems to be a rise in the very young children as well, in the toddlers of 2 to 3 years old, 8% of the boys and 15% of the girls, and on the rise. Now, health professionals that are faced with this problem start to get worried, and they ascribe this to a number of factors, among which fussy eating and maybe excessive milk intake in toddlers, which would fill up their bellies, but also restrictive diets and the fact that young parents get confused about the role of red meat with all the negative publicity around it. Oops, I have to go back, sorry. But I really want to take a moment to talk about protein, because the common assumption is that we eat too much protein in the West and we're eating the wrong kind. And this is, for instance, played out in this flyer that circulates in schools in the United States to promote meatless Mondays. So this claim that we eat above our recommendations, and that is, of course, not untrue if you look at the West. And we've seen information in the previous presentation as well. But again, we will have to contextualize, because this assumption is based on the general recommendation of 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day. Now, that is met by many people, but not by all of us. There's a substantial part in the population that doesn't reach that target. And what's maybe even more important is that this number has been estimated as a minimum value. It has been obtained from studies with healthy young adults, and the purpose is to avoid the loss of muscle, lean body mass. So it's a minimal value, and it's not necessarily going to be an optimal value. There are subsets in the population that will benefit from higher intakes, and that relates to people that want to build muscle, but it also relates to pregnant and lactating women and the elderly that are facing sarcopenia, as well as the diseased, both acute and chronic disease, pre-diabetes, diabetes, metabolic syndrome. Those people will benefit from twice up to 3 times those recommendations. So we have to be careful with blanket statements. Then about the kind of protein, animal protein, if anything, is the protein sort that will give you the highest anabolic response. It has the highest bioavailability. It is demonstrated by looking at the Dyer scores. And that has to do with the fact that plant proteins often come with structural limitations or with the presence of anti-nutritional factors or amino acid spectra that maybe not be the most optimal ones. But it is possible, of course, to get enough protein from plants. You just have to take extra measures. You may have to fortify, or you would have to intelligently combine your protein sources, which will most likely also lead to a higher intake of calories. You will double or even more increase the amount of calories you take in for the same amount of protein if you use things like beans and nuts. And we often assume that this is an easy transition, that the swap from meat meat versus beans, for instance, an easy transition. Well, it may not be that easy because some people don't tolerate legumes all that much, or some people have allergies. Some people just don't like them, or don't have the culinary skills to prepare them properly. Because if you're going to make lentils or beans, you need a bit of preparation for that. And these factors are not irrelevant. They are practical constraints if you're going to give public health advice. And one important point as well is the wording. Animal protein is often used, especially in the Anglo-Saxon literature, as a pax pro toto for the entire group of animal source foods. Now, those foods offer much more than just protein. And the excessive focus on protein may come again with trade-offs. Now, this is a recent paper that discusses this issue. If you look at, especially at also at the imitation foods, so all the imitation alternatives for meat and for dairy and for eggs and so forth, usually they bring in protein isolates. They will bring you pea protein isolate or soy protein extracts, and they tend to overlook all the other nutritional elements. Sometimes they will add in extra vitamins, but it will never cover the entire nutritional spectrum of the original food. So that's again something that we need to bear in mind, and it will have implications, as shown before, on the environmental assessments as well. This one, without going to the details, shows that when you take into account essential amino acids, all those bars start to move quite considerably. So what is important is to integrate nutrition and environmental views on the system. And unfortunately, that is not being done all that much. One of the few efforts that has tried to do so is the Planetary Health Diet Initiative, which has been designed by the Eat Lancet Commission. And this diet is ranging from a vegan option towards a semi-vegetarian option, or you could call it a flexitarian option, with animal source foods included, but in very small amounts. Now, it's often assumed that this diet has been designed for sustainability reasons. Actually, it's not. It has been designed based on health recommendations. And then it has been matched against planetary boundaries. But the design is based on health recommendations and has been under the lead of Walter Willett from Harvard University. And this is an interesting paradigm shift because it brings us from the concept of essential nutrition, which is the traditional view of nutrition, towards the field of nutritional epidemiology of chronic disease, which has been going on for a couple of decades now. And it supersedes the benefits of the essential nutrition with the harms of the overconsumption of animal source foods, to the point of suggesting that they are replaceable and that you can basically have the vegan solution if you wish, better to get rid of the harmful effects. That's, of course, a very controversial topic, and we have to know also that the Eat Lancet diet is an interventionist agenda. They're aiming to interfere with policies worldwide, for instance, through the Food and Land Use Coalition. And the implication for different regions in the world is different, but for instance, for Australia, you would have to face a 90% reduction in red meat by 2050. Now, we have talked about Australia a couple of slides ago. We've talked about red meat and we've talked about iron. So these are things to carefully consider before we start to materialize them. And the key question that we are facing here is the following. Is the basis for such health claims so strong that it would overrule the value of animal source foods as key nutrients? It seems to be the case that the Eat Lancet Commission thinks it is. In their list of key messages from the report, you'll find this. They are comparing red meat with sugar, and they're labeling them both as literally unhealthy foods. Now, of course, this is not consensus. And I would like to point out this series of articles that have been published in the Annals of Internal Medicine in 2019, published by the NutriRex Consortium under the supervision of Gordon Guyatt from McMaster's University, which is the founding father, or one of the founding fathers of the concept of evidence-based medicine. So what the NutriRex people have done is use a quality system called GRADE, developed by Guyatt, and which evaluates the quality of evidence. And based on their evaluation, they came to the conclusion that there is no good reason, based on the evidence, to recommend the restriction of red meat for health. So this is only for health. Of course, it's nothing to do with environmental debates. But for health reasons, they don't see a reason to reduce it. And this has created an enormous controversy to the point that some actors have tried to prevent the publication of these articles by bombarding the editor of the journal. So remember, this is a peer-reviewed series of articles in a prestigious journal. So they have tried to prevent its publication by putting pressure on the editor, by sending thousands of emails to her inbox, and by exerting pressure. Now, one of those actors has been the True Health Initiative, on the board of directors of which you will find, again, Walter Willett. And so what it boils down to? Well, it boils down to a clash in visions within the field of nutrition. And you have those people that recommend to use high standards of evidence, and you have those that recommend to use relaxed standards of evidence. That's basically what it's about. This is a recent publication from the Nutrirex people, where they state that they argue that the standards of evidence across health fields should be identical. You should not make distinctions based on the health field. Whereas the most vocal nutritional epidemiologists, which is a rather kind way of describing people that have been particularly vicious to them, argue that grade is not applicable in those contexts where randomized controlled trials are not feasible or difficult, as in nutrition. So they say we can relax the standards and we use another approach called the NutriGrade method. Now, it's interesting that the lead author of the developer of the NutriGrade method now endorses grade over his own system. But I really recommend to read this article by Rubin at the bottom that I showed in the previous slide in JAMA, because it really shows in which hot mess contemporary public health nutrition really is. But let's look at the Nutrirex consortium. Their conclusion is basically based on three assumptions. The first one they made is that absolute risks are trivial, they're very small. The second one is that the certainty of evidence is low to very low, depending on which disease you're looking at. And the third one is that they see that people just like their meat, so they don't see a need to recommend it, to recommend restrictions, again, for health reasons, right? Let's zoom in into those aspects. The first one is absolute risk. What you usually see communicated in mass media is relative risk. Why? Because it's just more sensationalist, because it gives you higher numbers. You have something like this, for instance, where 50 grams of bacon is linked to an 18% chance of developing colorectal cancer. But a more intuitively interesting approach is to report absolute risks. Relative risks are useful for scientists, but absolute risks really give you the truly important figure, because it comes down to something like this. The risk that one will not develop colorectal cancer during a lifetime would go from 94% to 93% when eating high amounts of meat, of red meat or processed meat. That's a 1% risk difference, and that doesn't make for sensationalist headlines, of course. But then again, we're not even sure if those risks are real in the first place because of the quality of the evidence. Take the risk of colorectal cancer. We know that people with a lot of visceral fat will have 6 times the risk compared to the quartile with the lowest visceral fat. That's a substantial risk increase. And that is very likely to be causal. Also because there are mechanisms in place to explain this. Now, if you look at meat, you will have to multiply the risk, red meat, you have to multiply the risk with a number very close to 1, 1.18, or depending on the study. And that's a very weak association. And with such weak associations, you cannot be sure of causal effects. And that has to do with a number of reasons. It may be certain forms of bias, but it also relates to residual confounding. We know that people that eat lots of meat in the West tend to be more unhealthy. They have higher visceral fats, exactly. They have lower education. They are less physically active. They smoke more, they drink more alcohol, and so forth. And you can statistically correct for a number of those things, but you cannot account for the entire lifestyle package. So you will have residual confounding, meaning that you have to be careful about causal assumptions. And this is really the problem we're seeing in nutrition, is that the overstatement or the unwarranted use of causal language is doing damage to the field. It's undermining its credibility, and it is counterproductive. This is a proper way of doing it. This is from the World Health Organization, where they say, look, we communicate around meat, but we have to declare that it's not identified as a cause of cancer. No, it's an association. And the IARC expert panel connected to it specifically states that chance, bias, and confounding could not be ruled out, and that there is also inadequate evidence in experimental animals. The way how it should not be done is the following. This is a very recent paper in Nature Food that has had considerable media exposure. You see it on the left, for instance. Titles like "Individual dietary choices can add or take away minutes, hours, and years of your life." And a variation in the Telegraph, scientists reveal that each portion of cheese you eat can take over a minute off of a healthy lifespan. And then if you look in the paper as such, you see that eating a hot dog will take away half an hour of your healthy life. And if you eat salted peanuts, you gain half an hour. So you just have to combine them, I suppose, to cancel it out. And then you have apple pie in the middle, where the fruit compensates for the fat. And that's a kind of a neutral effect. So these things are obviously nonsensical, but still they get a lot of exposure. So we need to get the assumptions right. We need to be robust in the assumptions, and we need to be transparent. And this is another problematic issue that recently developed. This is about the global burden of disease, which is highly influential because it feeds into policy worldwide. If you look at the 2017 version, you see that red meat is included in the dietary factors, but it's a tiny little bar, which actually makes sense. Okay? But then you have the 2019 version, which has recently been published, and you see an explosion of that little bar by a factor of more than 30. And suddenly it becomes the 7th leading dietary risk factor. The GBD people claim that they found also sufficient evidence for causal relationships. And the trick, basically, we see here is mostly due to the fact that they have changed the TMRL value, so the theoretical minimum risk exposure level, which was at 22 grams per day, and now went down all the way to 0, which basically means that every bite of meat you take is harmful. But the problem is that it hasn't been documented in their data. So they haven't provided the elements we need to accept those conclusions. Now, we have written a letter to the Lancet, but they refuse to publish it and to offer us this information. So it's an example of being intransparent and also contradicting, basically, the data that is in the open. This is data from all the big major studies on red meat intake, and they do not show what the GBD is claiming. So it's rather odd. The associations we find usually will also change, or they can vanish, or they can even invert and become protective, depending on where you do the study or how you do the study. If you do it outside of a USA context, they tend to neutralize. Or if you improve the quality of the study, or if you improve the dietary context. This is an example from Canada, where they found that people that eat a lot of red meat have a higher all-cause cancer risk, but only for those people that almost eat no vegetables and fruits. If you look at the people that also eat a lot of vegetables and fruits, that relationship inverts, and it's not significant, but it tends towards protective effect. And that makes us question the entire approach used by WHO of classifying red meat as a hazard. It's not wrong as such, maybe, but it's problematic because people don't understand the difference between hazards and risks. Because a risk really needs a risk assessment. And it's similar to having sunlight, for instance, or being a hairdresser, which is also in the IR classification as a hazard. It's all about the exposure. Sunlight, if you're exposed to it in a bad way, it will be harmful. But if you do it properly, you will also get vitamin D from it. And I think the analogy with meat is quite meaningful here. That's why this hierarch approach is becoming more controversial and more criticized, because it creates health scares, it creates economic costs, it may create health costs, it creates the loss of beneficial products, and so forth. But I've talked a lot about red and processed meats. What about the other animal source foods with respect to nutritional epidemiology? Well, if you map them out against this gradient here that has been produced by Darius Mutafarian from Tufts University, you see that most of the animal source foods are either in the neutral zone or they are protective, as is the case for oily fish, for instance. And if they become problematic, it's at the bottom of the arrow where ultra-processing steps in. So this, at the bottom of the arrow, you'll find the clearly negative associations that have to do with refined grains and starches and sugars. So in the end, if you use them in wholesome, healthy diets, animal source foods are going to be healthy for you. It's as simple as that. Plus, they're going to bring in important key nutrients that we've discussed before. And it's not only about the vitamins and the minerals that we're commonly seeing in reports. It's also about other factors that we don't even know all that much about sometimes. You'll have fish that has, of course, EPA and DHA, and you'll have dairy with specific lipid fractions, or things like vitamin K2, which is still a vitamin that is a bit underexplored. You have meat with compounds like taurine or carnosine or creatine, of which we know that if we go to intervention studies, we can have improvements in certain parameters, which are, for instance, on the cognitive field. And then you have eggs and choline, for instance. In the West, it seems to be the case that, again, pregnant women and lactating women are, for a large part, not meeting the needs, and that they can easily be fixed by including a couple of eggs in your diet. So radical and blanket recommendations, without the contextualization needed, may create havoc. They may have problematic outcomes. We've seen this graph in the presentation of Anne before. This red line I've added to this graph is the recommendation of the Eat Lancet diet. So anything between 0 and 16 kilograms of meat per person per year is what they recommend. And this is exactly in the zone where you have the highest stunting rates. And they also present India as a kind of over-romanticized version of a planetary health diet that meets the planetary boundaries. But it comes with side effects, and we have to think them through. And I agree this graph may be confounded as well by poverty and so forth, but it's a warning sign. And we also have information from the West, from the 1990s, from the Netherlands, where children have followed macrobiotic diets that look quite a bit like the Eat Lancet diet, to be fair. And they measured serious deficiencies. So we need to get our priorities right. We need to tackle the root causes here. It's not about the animal source foods as such. It's about how you insert them in your dietary patterns. If you insert them in a Western unhealthy diet, well, clearly that diet will be associated with trouble. But it's not telling you a lot about the food, about the category as such. You may prepare them in the wrong way, but you can also prepare them and consume them in a wholesome manner. So we need to have the focus on nourishment. We need to nourish our populations. And we shouldn't follow nutritionism to get there, or any reductionist vision of nutrition, boiling it down to a couple of macronutrients or a couple of isolated vitamins. And we should absolutely get rid of the binary view that plants are good and animal source foods are bad. Because obviously both sides of that binary can be good and bad, depending on how they are deployed in the food system. And they both need improvement, of course. But if you would have to make one obvious choice in our historical diets, it would be cutting over here and getting rid of the ultra-processed food culture and the exposure to those foods in our daily lives. So I'll finish here. Thank you very much. This, on the right side, you will find a link to a website that we have developed that looks into nutrition and sustainability and also ethics, where you'll find lots of details. And I invite you to explore it. And I also like to take the occasion to mention that we're looking for a PhD student. So if anybody knows any candidate that would like to start research on the interface between nutrition and sustainability, please contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederic. Thanks very much, Frederic. It's a good opportunity to make promotion of these things. You are in the right field to present this kind of offers. So thanks very much to you all. Now we are going to have half an hour coffee break. Please remember that you can text your questions in the chat if you are using the app. For those who are in the room, please leave our speakers during the coffee break and keep your questions for the discussion that we will have afterwards. We will stop our streamline transmission during half an hour and we will back later. Thanks very much.
Erstmal 1, 2, 3. Das ist drauf. Eins, zwei, drei, vier. Jetzt haben wir das Rote drauf. Ich mache mal kurz die runter. Bin ich noch drauf? 1, 2, 3, 4. Gut. Auf dem anderen? Sind wir drauf? So, stelle ich mal die Frage aus dem Publikum. Guten Tag, Herr Lüthold, sind wir da drauf zu hören? Und ja, sollte funktionieren. Ja? Gut, jetzt mache ich mal noch kurz da. So. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, jetzt bin ich im Saal. Bühne, hörst du mich auch? Normal rede? Gut. Okay, dann war es das schon. Danke. Ja, gerne.
So thanks to all of you for sticking to the time and being back to our plenary session. Now we will have our next speaker. Please remember that you can text your questions into the chat of the meeting platform. As I said, our next speaker will be Britt. Jack holds a PhD in physiology and biochemistry, and he has been a scientist and a teacher at Michigan State University, North Carolina State University, and at the University of Tennessee in the United States, where he has also held several academic positions in the university system. There, he built an international network of colleagues and established a robust and productive research program where he mentored many young professionals. He is now working as a professional consultant and helping launch new companies, mostly in emerging applied technologies, agricultural systems, biotechnology, and bioenergy. So thanks very much, Jack.
Good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be at these meetings again. I had the opportunity to do it a few years ago, and I have enjoyed the hospitality and the other speakers and the program. So thank you for this opportunity. My topic is sustainability of high-producing animals. And that could include a lot of categories, as illustrated on this first figure, but I have decided to focus on dairy cows. That's my background and experience. And the cow on the right is a professor in our university, so she helped teach me about what we're going to be discussing today. I think the first thing for us to realize is within the next 50 years, we're going to add about another 2 billion people to our world's population, primarily in Africa. Asia is going to increase by 12%. Africa is going to increase by 147%, and the rest of the world, that's us, about 7%. So we're going to have a lot of mouths to feed over the next 50 years. And how to do that and do that effectively is very important. One of the questions that is often asked is what diet can feed the most people? And Christian Peters at Tufts University and his team put together these data a few years ago just for the United States. And they did two things. First, they looked at the classification of all of the farmland, all of the cropland in the country, and said we will only use it according to its appropriate use. In other words, we won't plow up rangeland to grow crops. And then second, they looked at diets, but they not only looked at calories and protein, but they looked at essential nutrients. They went all the way down to the nutrient level and said what diet would feed the most people. And these are the top 4 diets. And this represents feeding 800 million to 890 million people. You see that the diet that would feed the most people in the U.S. under these circumstances would be a dairy diet complementing a vegan diet. The second was eggs and vegan. The third was an omnivore diet containing meats and other animal products. And the fourth was vegan alone. Now they have lots of different diets in their original paper, and it's appropriate to look at that to see what they determined and they discovered. But clearly, animal products are very important in feeding the entire world. The second challenge that we see ahead of us that we already are seeing is climate change. This paper published in 2020 looks at where new land will become available to produce at least 1 commodity crop per year, and in some cases 2 commodity crops per year. This is land that is not available now. It represents 1.5 billion hectares of land, mostly in northern Canada and northern Russia, but also in highlands around the world, and you can see those You can almost tell where those highlands are by the colors of the map. Now, there's great caution in using this land because this land comprises about 1/3 of the carbon in our entire atmosphere. And so if we start farming it rigorously, we're going to release a lot of carbon. But there is going to be land that will be available to be used in the future that we don't use today. We've looked at the United States and asked, how will climate change impact the dairy industry? Currently, much of our dairy industry is in the western part of the United States. Large farms, large areas of land without many people closely associated with those. This is also the places where we have the least availability of water. And so we think about 35% of our dairy industry will move, and it will move north. It'll move north because we have plenty of water in the Great Lakes area and near Canada. Some of our dairy farmers would move to Canada if they could afford it. Canada has a system of allocating quotas, so it costs about $30,000 for the quota for one cow. And so if you were going to move a lot of cows to Canada, it would be very expensive. But Canada would certainly be a good place to be in agriculture in the future. Another thing that we look at, sometimes we compare various countries in terms of the kilograms of milk that cows produce, and so we compare yields. We ask the question, how many cows are required to produce 100 liters of milk per day? 100 liters per day. And you can see there's a huge range. In the US, 3.5 cows will produce 100 liters per day. On the other extreme, in Tanzania, it takes 176 cows to produce 100 liters per day. So clearly, there is a challenge for us to improve the efficiency of milk yield and milk production and dairying in those countries of the world that have millions of cows. Most of the cows in the world are located on the right-hand side of this graphic. And so that's where we need some additional effort in order to improve their productivity. This lack of productivity, if you will, is reflected in the greenhouse gas emissions that are produced per kilogram of milk. We can see that what we might consider the more developed dairy regions of the world, those shown on the right-hand side with Western Europe to the very right, have very low outputs of greenhouse gas per kilogram of milk. If we go over to sub-Saharan Africa on the left, this is 5 to 7 times as much greenhouse gas per kilogram of milk as we see in Western Europe. So helping those countries improve their genetics and improve their feed efficiency and manage their cows more effectively will certainly have a big impact on global warming and greenhouse gas emissions. Sustainability is something that is challenging to study. This paper by Bomford and 34 other authors that was published in Nature Sustainability looked at dairy farming in Great Britain, in the UK. They looked at wheat production in Europe. They looked at beef production in Brazil. And they looked at rice production in China. And I'm only showing the results from their studies with dairy cattle. They had 5 farms they studied extensively. These are illustrated on the left. The C represents a conventional farm, and the O represents an organic farm. You can see the number of days of grazing shown on the left for each farm, and you can see the yield of milk per cow. C3 is a conventional farm that had 0 days grazing, had the highest yield per cow, and had the very best environmental impact in every category. Those 4 categories are shown in the 4 blocks. The first on the top left is the greenhouse gas produced per kilogram of milk, and you see that C3 farm is the lowest, the organic farms are the highest. Bottom left is phosphorus loss into the soil. Loss of phosphorus into the soil. Again, the C3 farm was the lowest. The organic farms were by far the highest. The right-hand top is nitrogen loss into the soil. Conventional farms were generally lower than organic farms. And the soil loss is erosion. That's the bottom right. Conventional farms were, again, significantly lower than the organic farms. As we go from left to right on these graphs, that's loss of habitat. If it takes more land to produce a certain amount of milk, you're losing that land to habitat. The conventional farms had much less land use, therefore saved more habitat than the organic farms. The question is often asked, why do cows that graze produce less milk than those that are fed in confinement with stored feeds? John Roach, a good friend of mine who was in Ireland for a long time and now is in New Zealand, made a very important and simple observation and answer to this question. If you look at the pastures in New Zealand, the content of nutrients is almost exactly the same as a TMR used in the United States. But in New Zealand, the cows have to work to harvest that grass, to harvest that feed. And that work is lost milk production. And so the difference between grazing and confined fed cows is mostly associated with the work that the cows have to do to harvest that feed. That doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, it's a very efficient system. But the work they do accounts for the difference in yield between cows. A major factor that affects dairy farmers and farmers in other categories as well is the volatility in commodity prices around the world. These are the prices for milk that would be, or milk products that would be exported or used locally in the EU over the last 20 years. And these are all adjusted to a common euro value. And what you see is that for the global marketplace, there's 133% variation in the prices that farmers receive. For the local market, there's a 64% variation in the prices that farmers receive. What other industries do we have that are faced with such volatility in their industry? Very few. Maybe other agricultural sectors, certainly, but in industrialization, we probably don't have this volatility. And this volatility is what is driving the change in the size of our farms worldwide. This is from data in the United States for the year 2020. It shows the amount of, the cost, if you will, of producing 100 kilograms of milk in herds of different sizes. Herds with less than 50 cows on the bottom, herds with more than 2,000 cows on the top. You can see there's a 43% difference in the cost of producing milk among the different dairy herd sizes in the United States. That difference is associated primarily with spreading fixed costs over more cows and more pounds of milk. And so that's why we see in many countries this transition to larger and larger herds. More than half of our cows in the United States are in herds that have more than 2,500 cows per herd. And so we see that change continuing. We certainly have a lot of land available for those cows, but we see that trend continuing simply because of the economics of dairying. One thing that happens when cows go from smaller herds to larger herds, both in New Zealand and in the United States, their milk yield increases. In this case, this is a solid yield. And we used the zero herd as the comparison, and that is a herd that has 100 to 149 cows on the left. And as you move from the left to the right, in both countries, you see a substantial increase in solid yield, milk yield, milk solids yield, as we move to larger herds. In the U.S., for cows that moved to herds of over 2,000 cows, there was an increase of 120 kilograms of solids per year, increase in yield per cow. This simply says that the larger herds are providing a better environment and doing a better job of feeding and managing and milking the cows than the smaller herds. And so we see that around the world. Where there may be resistance from consumers about buying milk from large herds, but would you rather buy an automobile from a manufacturer who makes 12 cars a year or 12,000 cars a year? And I think that's really the analysis that we need to look at. What kind of herds are doing the best job of producing high-quality products at the lowest potential cost for the consumer? The genetics of the future will change. We still have if worldwide, I think that the highest producing dairy cows are generally Holstein or Holstein Friesian, but the cows from the Nordic areas are producing at high levels. And this recent study in Minnesota on commercial farms illustrated that crossbreeding may be very beneficial, even among our high-yielding breeds. Here, the black lines are the Holsteins. These cows were all in the same herds, and they had a planned mating scheme, so they crossed with Montbéliard or Viking Red and Holsteins in a two-way or three-way cross. And what you can see is that in every example here, revenue, solids of milk produced, total milk yield, herd life, the crossbred cows were superior to the purebred cows. So I think in the future we're going to see more combinations. One of the things we have to figure out is what is the right crossbreeding program for developing countries that have indigenous cattle. In India, about 95% of the dairy cattle are indigenous. If you crossbreed those to, let's say, a Gerlander from Brazil, their milk yield will increase threefold with the next generation. And so genetic change can occur in these countries and greatly help them produce milk more efficiently. And we need to figure out how to do that and do it on a large scale. We're seeing a lot of changes in genetics. Genomics has become a commonplace use. It's really the way we're selecting our young animals now. The generation interval in Holstein cows in the United States has gone from about 7 years to 2 years with genomics. We'll be looking at the genomics of the microbiome. That includes the gastrointestinal tract, the uterus, and the udder. We'll be managing that. We'll be doing many more epigenomic evaluations. We'll illustrate that. We'll be doing some gene editing, not genetic engineering, but gene editing, where we simply change an existing gene. I'll show you an example of that. We're going to pay more attention to milk casein, fatty acids, other traits of milk, smaller environmental footprint, healthier and more fertile cows. These are simply trends. We now can measure trends that we couldn't measure previously because of our ability to look at DNA. And I'm not going to go over these at all, except this shows what the trends have been for the last 50 years. And it shows what proportion of that is coming from management and what proportion is coming from changes in DNA. This gives us tools of understanding what's really happening in the management of a farm through both genetic side and the management side. And this is very useful. If you look at the lower left, we'll just look at the lower left. That shows daughter pregnancy rate. For years in the United States, we were not putting any emphasis on fertility, simply putting emphasis on milk yield. And pregnancy rate went down, down, down. About 12 years ago, we changed that model, and it's come back up. So now, actually, fertility is as high as it's ever been and getting higher. So one can change traits if you put right genetic selection on them. The emerging area is epigenetics. On the left, when we built our milking parlor, our first milking parlor, it was 1953. That was the same year Watson and Crick published a paper on the structure of DNA. So I'm sort of a person of the DNA era. And that shows my thinking on the left. This was the way we thought everything worked with that DNA, RNA, protein sequence. We now know it's much more complicated with epigenetics and many different factors affecting how genes are actually expressed, turned on or off and regulated. And so that's really a new opportunity for us to look at. Here is at least one or two examples of epigenetics. On the left are young heifer calves. All of these calves have an RFID tag in their ear. They are fed by computer-operated milk feeders and starter feeders. So the computer monitors each calf as it makes the switch, the natural switch, from milk to solid feed. And it doesn't do that at a specific age. It does that at the rate of energy and protein intake and weight gain. And this transition happens very smoothly. One of the problems on many farms is that transition doesn't occur very smoothly. What we now know that if you can get good transition at that stage of life, those heifers will produce more milk in their first lactation 2 years later, consistently. And so learning how epigenetics is affected is important. On the right, we see calving maturity ages for heifers. The percentages at the bottom shows the estimated percentage of mature weight when these heifers calve. And we are now having heifers calve at younger and younger ages, at lower percentage of mature weights, because they have longer herd life. If they're heavier and older when they deliver their first calf, their herd life is shortened. So that's another sort of epigenetic effect that we don't completely understand. But farmers are beginning to use that so they can extend the number of lactations that cows have in the herd. We often think about this generation or the next generation, but in epigenetics, we really need to think about 3 generations in one cow. The cow is generation 1. The fetus in her uterus is generation 2. And the genes in the ovaries of the fetus is generation 3. So we can have an impact on 3 generations with an environmental influence that is working epigenetically. And that can be translated to stem cells like mammary cells, ovarian cells. We already know that we can change the number of mammary cells in heifers pretty quickly. And we can change the number of oocytes growing in the ovaries pretty quickly through nutritional or other mechanisms. So we'll be paying more attention to that in the future. Let me give you a real example from Jeff Dahl at the University of Florida. If we look on the left, you can see 2 lactation curves on the bottom. Those are the lactation curves that were created in cows that were either cooled during the last 45 days of pregnancy or not cooled, subjected to the heat stress in Florida. And by cooling, all they did was to use farmer-based systems. They had fans, they had water sprinklers, and they cooled the cows by simply sprinkling water on them and using the fans to evaporate the water to cool them. But the cooled cows in the subsequent generation, after being cooled the last 45 days, produced more milk. Now, those calves that were born from the cooled and the heat-stressed cows were always cooled for the rest of their lives and the rest of their lactations. And you can see the daughters in the next column. Those are the first 3 lactations of the daughters. And daughters that were derived from cool cows originally produced more milk in their first 3 lactations. And the next column on the right, the last column on the right, are the granddaughters. Now they only have, when this paper was published, they only had 1 lactation of granddaughters. But the effect continued. If their granddams had been cooled in the last 45 days of gestation, those granddaughters produced more milk. So these are examples of epigenetic effects that we're just beginning to understand. And maybe they'll have more of impact than our heritable traits or genetic effects if we learn how to manage those in the future. The other thing that we're seeing happen around the world is the dairy industry is starting to produce more beef by using sexed semen to breed their best heifers and their best cows with sexed semen to produce heifers, and everything else gets bred to beef bulls. In the US, we're using Angus or sometimes black Simmental primarily. But for a 100-cow herd, here's 2 examples. The column on the left is using AI with dairy bulls only, no sexed semen. The column on the right shows AI with dairy and beef sexed semen. And you can see that on the right, you'll have 74 beef animals produced from a dairy herd, which represents new income, new sources of income, potential income. Also represents competition with the beef industry. Because a dairy-produced beef calf has a greenhouse gas load that's 60% lower than the greenhouse gas load of a beef calf produced from a beef cow on pasture. We have some ecological challenges in our systems, and we will continue to work on these and try to deal with these. On the left, we have the pollutants that we find on the farm. These pollutants can be manure. Manure can be a fertilizer. It can be a pollutant if you put too much. Wastewater that comes from the dairy system. Nitrogen fertilizer, which is used heavily on pastures. Legume nitrogen. As we were working on this, it was the first time that I realized that legume nitrogen fixed by legume plants can leach into the water system just like fertilizer nitrogen can. And if you look at data from particularly New Zealand and Ireland, where they've been working on this extensively, you see increased nitrogen loads going into the groundwater and affecting streams because of too much nitrogen coming from either fertilizer or from the legumes in the crop. We have to understand how we can balance this so that we don't continue to contaminate the water system around the world. Because once we get it contaminated, it's hard to get it uncontaminated. So doing a better job of managing this is important for us. We also have some problems with particulates and dust and odors and microbes on farms, small farms and larger farms. There's been a lot of work in California to deal with this. Actually, there are some fairly easy, low-cost methods to eliminate much of that particulate matter and odors and dust. And so I think we'll see requirements adopted by dairy farmers worldwide to try to eliminate impacts on their neighbors and others and people living close by, even other farms. So ecological impacts of dairying will continue to be a focus, I think, in every country. This is a new system that's just been installed on two very large farms in the US. This system was originally funded by the Gates Foundation to serve as a system for producing clean water and handling waste in small villages in undeveloped countries or developing countries in Africa and various places. And now it's been modified to be used on large dairy farms or collectively among farmers that will share their resources. And the manure and the wastewater from the dairy goes through this system, and it produces sterile bedding. That sterile bedding can also be used for compost. It produces potable water that you can reuse. You can use for drinking, you can use for watering the cows, and it produces a very clean nitrogen fertilizer. So as these systems become more feasible and available, I think that we'll see really a change in the impact of the dairy industry environmentally. As mentioned earlier in several of the presentations, we're going to see a great deal of artificial intelligence and automation used on farms, even smaller farms. We're already seeing that happening. Automatic milking systems are a very good example. Cows love automatic milking systems, robots. I think the reason they like that is that robots do not show emotions. People who work in milking parlors and milk cows by hand show emotions. So the cows always know what to expect from the robot. They don't always know what to expect from the person that's working in the milking parlor and milking the cows. So I think they become a little friendlier if you have those systems. We're going to have a wealth of data that helps us understand how to manage the dairying system and the agricultural system on the farm much better in the future, and to use fewer resources to produce milk. There are some emerging technologies that are exciting. I think many of you have probably read about the virtual fencing systems in Australia, and those are beginning to move around the world. Can you imagine not having to have any fences on our farms? And if you can remove fences, can you begin to remove doors and gates and other parts of our infrastructure and simply use a GIS system that they're using to tell you where the animal is located, and so it knows when to go in or out of the robot, for example, or when to go in or out of the feeding area. That's an opportunity that will save farmers a lot of money. Fencing is expensive. On the bottom left is from a paper that was published in in Science, where they gene edited crops in Illinois, at the University of Illinois. All they did was turn off one gene in the photosynthetic system. In the photosynthetic system, there is one place that loses a lot of energy, and they turn that gene off. They increase yields of that crop in the field by 20%, and it captured 17% more light for utilization. So here's an example where simply editing a gene, not genetically engineering, but just turning off a gene, might have a huge impact on productivity in our crops. I think we're going to see a lot more controlled and precise irrigation like the Israelis use, shown on the upper right. That will decrease the amount of water we need to grow crops. It will decrease the amount of inputs that we put into our crops, fertilizers and herbicides and so on. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be managing the microbiome on the farm, in the cows, in the animals, in our entire system. So thank you very much this morning.
Can you remain here, please, Jack? Can you remain here? So thanks very much, Jack. I would like to ask the other speakers of the plenary session on stage for the discussion. Oh my God, what did I do? For the discussion, so Frederic and Anne, please, if you can come to the stairs. We're not going to ask you do some yodeling like yesterday, don't worry. So Matthias, as I said, will be my co-chair. He's collecting questions from the online audience, and the volunteers are around with microphones. So please, if you have questions from the room, can you raise your questions now, please? Okay, so I'm going to break the ice. Thanks very much to start to you all for your very enlightening presentations. You have presented a very wide view of the different production systems and issues concerning them throughout the world. And, well, I think you have presented different comparisons of indexes, indexes of nutrition, of livestock production, of environmental impacts in different areas. And we have seen that metrics are very important, but that the ratios are very important. What Frederic said about the numerator and the denominator, it's very important as scientists that we get pose ourselves the adequate questions so that we can describe the background of the problem and we can find the adequate solutions. So that on the first hand, and then it's also very important that we are transparent in the results and very careful with the wording and that we are not biased. So there are too many things to put in the balance. Which would you think, this is for the three of you, which would you think would be the priorities to have this calculation right so that the politicians can know the directions they could take in their policies they develop to improve our livestock production systems or diets and, in the end, human and environmental health of the planet?
Do I use this one? Or?
I think they all work.
They work?
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's obviously policymakers, they love metrics because they have to quantify impact and they have to meet goals, and so they need the metrics, they love them. They usually are very often trained in economics. It's very characteristic for people in the policy field to be economists, but they don't necessarily have the expertise to contextualize those metrics, and that's where the problem starts. So I think that the priority here is to bring together the different experts from the different fields. And you will need your nutritionist to understand the denominator, but you will need your people from the environmental sciences to explain what's on the top of that ratio. But you would also need people from completely different disciplines. I'm thinking of the social sciences, for instance, and anthropologists, because whatever you decide has to be implemented in a population that has specific cultural practices. And if you just ignore those, well, you're going to bump into a wall. And we've seen that a bit with the Eat Lancet approach as well. It's detached from reality and from actual practices within populations. So you will need all those different experts if you want to do it decently. Now the challenge will be to combine them in the same room, in the same dialogue, and take the time, find the format to do so. And then the most difficult step will be to translate it in something more specific and workable, because it's going to be a complexity of information that you will have to narrow down to something that can actually materialize in the real world. So the challenge is bringing the different experts together. That has to be done. If you ignore that, you're going to run into trouble. But you will have to formalize it into specific messages and key actions afterwards. So I don't have a good solution for this, but I think dialogue is what needs to be there in the first place.
So thanks very much, Frederic. Anything to add?
Well, yes, thanks. I agree with Frederic. I think that the diversity of expertise and multidisciplinary approach is essential. Maybe to add on this, and from my perspective working for FAO, I could mention the importance of different transmission belts between science and policymakers. We have mechanisms in place in FAO, but in other fora as well. Multi-stakeholder platforms like the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock. We have intergovernmental places for decision makers to discuss, because what matters for the livestock sector in Chile might not be the same as in Benin, for example. But I think we have a challenge as society at the moment, and that goes beyond science or FAO or policymakers, on how these transmission belts operate. And we see more and more information quickly reaching individuals and policymakers through social media, for example. And we see that this information is not always correct. And it doesn't matter if the correct information is available. Sometimes the damage is done. And when we, for example, look at when the Eat Lancet report was published, and there was a lot of communication and a very strategic organization of the communication around this report that was organized, compared to very significant policy work or very significant research papers that could have had a bigger impact, but did not benefit from the same level of investment in communication. So I think we do have a challenge here, and looking into how information circulates about our food systems is very important, and it should be a priority. I believe it's already a research question, but maybe one that we could invest a bit more in.
So
I would say, first we need to open our doors on our farms and let people come and see what we're doing. We don't do that as effectively as we should. You know, our grandfathers and great-grandfathers grew up on farms, but very few of our children have had any experience on farms. And in that first slide I showed with the cow, with the spectacles, reading the book, that was on a farm in China that had hundreds of elementary school kids coming to the farm every day and watching the cows being milked and walking through the fields and seeing the pastures and rubbing the calves. And so I think that we need to expose our customers more to actually what's going on the farm, because they have opinions that are not actually true. We also need to work more closely, I think, with developing countries. One of the reasons that we have done so well genetically is that Europe, North America, other parts of the world that work together have great several multi-generation databases on our animals. We can go back 10 generations or 20 generations and look at the records of cows, dairy cows or pigs or whatever. Many of the developing countries don't have those kind of data, and therefore they really do not have the opportunity to make the genetic jumps that we make because they don't have the information from those cows. So helping them learn how to build better, more effective databases so they can make better selection decisions and improve their herds more quickly would be an important thing that we can do collectively.
So thanks very much. Any questions from the audience? Can you bring a microphone there, please?
Yes, thank you. Antonello Cannas, University of Sassari, Italy. I would like to ask to Dr. Britt, and first thank you for the nice presentation, if you expect any major improvements in the utilization of data at farm level and in the economics at farm level, similar to the breakthrough you have shown for other aspects.
I think two things. We've learned from our genomic data that we can, not with this great accuracy, but we can begin to do some comparisons on breeds that we don't have very much data from by looking at how do their genes compare to the genes that we have a lot of data on. Not as accurately, but I think we can help countries make that sort of step improvement. In terms of epigenetics, what we really have to do there that we haven't done in our data, that we don't have in our data systems, we don't know in our milk production record systems, we don't know the age and weaning weight of the calves, for example, that are cows now. So we have to start looking at data throughout the entire lifetime of the animal and events that happened. When did we have heat stress? When did we change from one silo to another? When did we bring new workers onto the farm? All of these can have an epigenetic effect. And so I think we will build an epigenetic database over time that will be similar to the databases that we have now, but we've got to change the system of record keeping to do that. Some farms are doing that. I mean, now with the smartphone, you can record almost anything you want for any cow at any time. And even some cows can just record that information for us with the electronics that we have. But we really need to start putting the electronics not only on our cows, but at the time of birth. And if we have the right kind of sensors, even from the time of birth, we can begin to collect information that will be useful throughout life.
Thanks very much.
One of the things that I didn't mention, but I think it's important, farmers don't necessarily make the same decisions that consumers would make. If we look at longevity data for our cows, it's considered the genetics of longevity is much longer than the cows are actually staying in the herd. Why are farmers making that decision? Because with genomics, they're making such a big jump in yield of solids each generation that they can replace a third lactation cow with a first lactation heifer that will produce more solids. They're just making a common sense economic decision. And so that always doesn't match up with what the consumers might think we ought to do. But that financially is the best thing for the farmer to do.
So thank you. Now we will have some questions that have been posted on the chat. This one, I think, is for Anne, and it comes from Michael Aldrich. He says that the feed conversion ratios of ruminants have significantly improved after correcting for cellulose feeds. But did this also take into account the fact that large amounts of the grain that is fed to ruminants is not adequate for consumption by humans?
Yes, thank you for this question. That's correct. And we had this discussion yesterday in the special session on feed use efficiency with the European Animal Task Force. And we know that actually the share of cereals that are feed for food, for human food, varies a lot between regions. And it's an important role of the livestock sector to recognize, to account for, to actually recycle also the share of the cereals that is not fit for human consumption and that contribute to creating some sort of buffer effect also on international markets. The global livestock sector or even regional, national livestock sectors, they do absorb some of these materials, whether they're byproducts or they're actual cereals, that would have a very stronger impact on prices if they were on the market for food consumption by humans. So this is a very fair question, a very good point, and we have to acknowledge this as well. It's another role of livestock when it comes to the bioeconomy and the economy of the biomass in the world.
So thanks. More questions from the room, please. Adrian, please.
Can I make a comment on your comment?
Sorry, Adrian.
One of the questions that I would pose in terms of food utilization or feed utilization. We're moving to electric cars. 40% of the maize grown in the United States is grown to produce ethanol, which will not be needed anymore. That's 32 million acres or 15 million hectares. Maybe we should convert all of that to just human food. So we're going to have opportunities with our cropping systems to change what we produce.
Thanks. So, Adrian, please. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, no.
Maybe first comment on your initial question which you raised. We shouldn't get the impression that politics and governments don't have an idea on how food systems are moving to. I think we have lively debates with all kinds of stakeholders, and we have very good evidence on where it should go. And it's very contextual. It's not comparable what we need to do in Switzerland with what we need to do in China, in North America, etc., etc. I think that's clear for everybody, and this is also why we invest in those multi-stakeholder approaches. I think that's very important. And then the question I have on the last presentation, we have in Switzerland a lively debate on how to measure efficiency in those production systems. And what you have shown us in those 4 quarters, that's the productivity of the milk production, the pure milk production. How would that change if you would take into consideration also the meat part of the animal, especially if you do not have such high yield breeds, but rather yield breeds which you could use also for meat production?
Actually, that paper that I quoted has an entire section on beef production doing that. I didn't include it in my presentation, but the beef production work was done in Brazil, and so they've answered many of those questions in that paper.
So thanks. We will have now another question from the chat. It comes from Peter von Rohr, and he asks what you all think about the role or the importance of modeling to come up with solutions in all fields. Of modeling, sorry, right? Modeling.
Well, I think modeling is a very useful approach. I've been trained as an engineer, so I'm all for modeling. But again, you would have to use it carefully because the pitfall here is that we shouldn't look at reality as if it were a spreadsheet or as it were abstract combinations of numbers. Modeling exercises always make assumptions, and you need to have robust assumptions to get good modeling work. And I find that sometimes we're sloppy with the assumptions, and that again goes back to the fact that we don't have that interdisciplinary dialogues. What modeling tries to do is to try to intervene with a system. So we're talking about a food system. That has been a major step forward, moving from food solutions to a food system solution. I think that's absolutely essential. But the thing with systems is if you have a system, and as an engineer or as a modeler, you want to interfere with that system, now that system will move in very unpredictable manners because there's so much complexity involved, especially with complex systems like the food systems. And those pushbacks from the system upon interventions are very, very difficult to predict with models. We've seen it also with the Club of Rome, for instance. It's not straightforward. So what you need, again, is those different expertises together to try to open up the horizon and try to better anticipate what that black box thing can start giving you in response. And being alert for those fundamental things. So if you bring in a nutritionist, he will be on the alert for, watch out for essential nutrition, that you can have a shift from this type of food to another type of diet, but they will say, well, look, but you have to take into account the essential nutrients. If you have an environmental scientist, he will come in and will say, look, but this is good in theory, but in practice it will not turn out well because if you will have trade-offs on another environmental parameter. So you need all those expertises to keep close to reality and not distill everything to a modeling exercise. So modeling comes and goes or rises and falls with the assumptions underneath the modeling assumptions you make. And you have to do that robustly, so that means you have to bring in the proper experts. And you need a bit of humility, understanding that you have to avoid the hubris of saying that if you're going to change the system with this one solution, it's not going to work. You need diverse solutions, you need sets of solutions. And modeling maybe converges very often to a one-size-fits-all kind of solution, silver bullet thing that will, improve everything. Usually, it's very, very contextual, and that's that's another pitfall of modeling, that because people are so inside the exercise of the model that they tend to forget that there are other possibilities as well.
Thank you. Any more questions from the room at the rear end? I think at the rear end.
Hello, thank you very much for the nice presentation and the debate. Well, just to add a comment, efficiency, I think for sure it's really important, but there is also the waste. We see that there is many products that are produced, manufactured, served to the consumer, and part of them are just not eaten. And I think we have to also integrate this part. Efficiency is one thing, but educating people also to consume just what they need is also an important factor to take into consideration.
Anything to add to that, or you just agree?
I think we all agree on that.
That's
and
right.
Maybe we didn't cover it too much, but there's a lot to say about this for sure.
Mm-hmm. We had another question here, I think.
Yes, from here. From Isabel from France. I have two questions, one to Anne and one to Frederic. Anne, you showed figures at world level, and with such figures, one might tend to think that we don't need to change much things. we need livestock to be a bit more efficient, but we don't need to change our diet. Whereas at regional level, things might be quite different, because here in Europe, for instance, we eat much more than 34% of our protein from animal products. So how do you deal with those regional differences in terms of guiding what should be done in the future? That was my first question. And the second question to Frederic is that we tend to reason with what we need for a good diet, but I wonder if we could take another angle of the question and look at how much the Earth can produce, and with this amount, if we had some equity around the world, how we could feed people and how far we would be from the optimal diet. Thank you.
Merci, Isabel. So I think we saw that we have very strong contrasts between regions, whether we talk about the level of consumption, the productivity level in the last presentation, or the feed use efficiency. I didn't go into the details of regions and production systems, but we have different levels of feed use efficiency depending on the region as well. And that calls for specific policies and I would say even consumer behaviors for each region, even sometimes each country. I take the example of Benin and Chile again, but if the Minister for Agriculture of both, the Ministers for Agriculture of both countries met, they wouldn't take the same decisions and they wouldn't have the same things in mind, the same challenges to address. So this is very important because first, we see a lot of messages that are using global averages. For example, how many kilos of cereals are needed for producing 1 kilogram of beef, or how many liters of water you need for 1 kilogram of meat. And this is what people are exposed to, both individuals and policymakers. So I think looking at what are the actual global averages and what is the spread of the regional differences within that is important. But also because, and we discussed that a bit yesterday, some trends that are happening that are seen at global level are used to inform the debate within the European region, within the European context, and vice versa. We want to apply solutions that matter to us, that are meaningful for our regional context to the rest of the world. We see, for example, decision makers in terms of investments, so I'm working with a lot of international funding institutions that are investing in livestock development in low and middle income countries, but that are very much influenced by the debate that is happening in Western Europe or in North America. So we really do need to first correct the global averages, and second, inform the variety of regional and national values within those averages.
With respect to the second question, I think this puts out a tension which is extremely interesting. So you can either try to cover all the nutritional needs of the global population, produce that, and then do an assessment of what the impact will be. Or you can indeed have your planetary boundaries and try to produce below that and then calculate how much of a nutritional deficiency that would create, or if it's possible at all to get there. So that's a tension in approach, and I think they're both valuable. And again, they will both need modeling. And they're both extremely difficult to do. They're very difficult exercises, and exactly because of all the regional and contextual setups that come from the bottom up, really. So it's every little area on the planet has its local solutions to have the best possible food production. And it's very difficult to make that in global aggregates and come up with one view on the planet. In general, I rather look at myself as a humanist, which means that I put priority on human needs. And that doesn't mean that I don't care about the planet at all, because if you're a humanist and you care about humans, you care that those humans also are able to grow up and flourish in a healthy environment and in a robust, resilient environment. So it goes together. But I think we shouldn't neglect essential nutrition. Essential nutrition is of fundamental importance, and that's the problem you have with those reductionist approaches to nutrition, where you boil everything down to the amount of protein or something. You will have other elements that will come out and that will cause human sufferance. So you need to do it very, very carefully. And any intervention in the food system will have to be a very, very careful approach because the consequences can be dramatic if it's overplayed. So calculating what's the best option and how to do it, I think both approaches basically are needed, and both will need their modeling exercises and need to be put together and contextualized, but they're both very, very difficult. Both the nutrition part and the sustainable production part.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry to have to cut this very interesting discussion, but we have to keep to the schedule. So I would like to thank again our three speakers for the excellent talks they have delivered today, and thanks very much also for the discussion that we have had afterwards. Thanks very much. So now we will move to the last part of the session today. We normally have one presentation in our plenary session of the recipient of the Leroy Award each year. But this year you will see that we will have two because the person who was awarded in 2020 didn't have the opportunity to do so during our virtual meeting. So I would like first to present you what the Leroy Fellowship Award is. It's our most prestigious award within Eaap, established already 30 years ago, and it highlights the work of an active scientist whose outstanding scientific activity is internationally recognized, and we place particular emphasis in those who have contributed with their service and their science to Eaap. In 2020, the scientific committee and the council gave the Leroy Award, decided that the Leroy Award would go to Professor Giovanni Bittante. Giovanni is now a full professor in general animal science and genetic improvement at the University of Padova in Italy. And he has been very influential, not only there, but also at the international level as a scholar, mentor, and leader, not only regarding genetic and environmental variables, but also rural sociology, product quality, and overall sustainability. He's a prolific researcher with hundreds of papers. You could see that in the laudatio given by Hans Sorgner, president of our scientific committee. So this will only be a very brief summary. And well, now, amongst other academic positions, he has been Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Padova and Council member of the Eaap. So we congratulate Giovanni again for the Leroy Award, and we will now have his presentation on the environmental responsibility of animal production with some answers to questions we received from society. Thanks very much, Giovanni.
We have to face a very complex problem, and the lectures of this morning clearly show the complexity. We have seen how different visions are represented for sustainability themes. It's different the vision of FAO than Mottet, or the American vision of Jaap, Britt, or the Swiss situation. So, do not expect that I will have the answers to the questions. My task is to put on the table some ideas and some facts, to have some common base for discussion, to try to find a common line on this. So, let us start. We are in the era of information, of excessive information, social media, mass media, and scientific journal, obviously, and the politicians. We are continually bombarded by messages, sometimes very short and very simplistic messages, or even fake news. And it is difficult for everybody to have a clear vision of this problem. We see messages like this one or like this one, in which livestock farming is addicted to almost all the bad things of environment: climate change, rainforest destruction, methane, carbon monoxide, fossil fuels, deforestations, etc., etc., etc. Dozens and dozens of impact categories. And the reality is that animal production has some responsibility on probably the majority of these impact category factors. And we see also movie like this one, but we have to try to categorize these problems to define the importance of different problems and especially the role of animals. It is clear that the importance of different problems should be measured in some way, and we have three major dimensions: the space from local to global, the time from short-term reversible to permanent irreversible problems, and the impact from mild to very severe impact. But as animal scientists, obviously, we are interested in the role of animals, and so we should concentrate our priority in the problems that depends really from animals. We have many impact categories. For classifying, to give an order to this, I returned to 24 centuries ago to Empedocles, a Greek philosopher from Akragas, Agrigento in Italy, in Sicily. And it's four elements: earth as opposed to air, water as opposed to fire. But there is also a fifth element, the so-called quintessence, which is the element, the non-material element that in different religions, philosophies of our history was identified as the void, the ether, the sky, the spirit, the soul. I simply call this life, meaning not only the biological life, but also the cultural life. So, very rapidly, we have 5 elements with a lot of different impact categories for each one. We obviously can speak only about few of them for each category. And so we have earth with land use and soil pollution, water shortage and water pollution, oxygen consumption and air pollution. The fire is global warming, very hot topic of this last, not days or years, decade. And the life, biological life with biodiversity, and cultural life with landscape, culture, tradition. Well, move rapidly to some questions from the first element, the earth. And as Mottet this morning showed clearly, it could be a conflict between food and feed in a scenario of a growing population, a continuously growing population. In other words, should we become vegetarians or vegan in the near future? Or alternatively, should we replace vertebrates with insects or other quality aspect of earth like the management of animal manure and purification plants and so on? Well, we can speak only of the first 2 points here. I have used some data from FAO, the statistical yearbook, 360 pages, very filled of a lot of information, of data, of numbers, but it is interesting because there is some simple messages at the beginning of every chapter, and I have used only these simple messages because also the answers that we should identify for people, for the society, should be simple but not simplistic in a very complex problem like this one, and this is the great difficulty we have to face. No doubt, I have selected the last 20 years as a reference. No doubt about the increase of population. 31% increase of world population in 20 years. In the same times, all the data are from FAO, The number of farmers and shepherds decreased by 16%, people devoting to produce the food. The surface decreased by 1.6%, and it is important and show this morning that 1/3 of this land is based on croplands, arable lands, 2/3 are based on permanent meadows and pastures, and the majority of these permanent meadows and pastures cannot be transformed in arable lands to produce crops for human food, as human food. And so in some way they are condemned to be used with herbivores, and mainly ruminants, obviously, or perhaps in the future grasshoppers, I don't know. But this is the situation of our planet. The results, the food availability increased by 50%, slightly less land, 16% less farmers, 30% more persons to be fed, 50% more food. So the increase is greater than the increase of population, and this have led to an increase of the dietary energy supply in all the continents, and also an increase of obesity. But we know that when we are speaking about food, we cannot use the average statistics because they do not take into account the waste of food, do not take into account the uneven distribution of food in different countries, different regions, different social groups, different families, different individuals, and so on. We should speak about the prevalence of malnutrition in humans, which decreased effectively in the last 20 years by 40%, even if clearly Mottet showed this morning that in the last 5 years there is a reverse trend. So the great increase in the fight against hunger is no longer working, and we have a lot of things to do to continue to reduce the number of people suffering malnutrition. We had more than 1 billion people suffering hunger 30 years ago. Now they are 660 million, so really a great number to be reduced still. And so in terms of number, the number of people suffering hunger decreased only 20% with this problem in these last years. By difference, the satiated persons increased in 20 years by 2 billion. So our agro-food system, ecosystem, is able to produce food, more food, to feed 100 million new humans every year. And this is the result, impressive result of our planet. The question is, well, this 50% increase surely do not depend on an increase of soil. It is the results of science and also scientists, of technology, of genetics, and so on. But was this increase obtained changing the system, reducing the feed and the farm animals in favor of food or not? In reality, not, because also the meat production increased by 50% in the same period, and all the major type of meat increased, even the so-blamed ruminants. It was similar, the increase in milk and dairy products, the increase of eggs, the increase of fish, in this last case because of the increase of aquaculture, of farmed fish, not of wild fish. And this surely led to an improvement of the nutritional quality, which are very important, as we have listened 1 hour ago, the nutritional properties of the diet in all the continents. The quantity of protein we have seen increased about 10% at world level. The animal protein increasing increased 17%. And this increase is effective especially in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, not in the developed country, where the average consumption of animal protein is above the nutritional requirement. And this is reflected by the prevalence of stunted children, which improved a lot in the developing countries in these last 20 years. So, growing world population, world versus feed, we should continue, we can produce feed and animal products, or we have to continue to produce feed and animal products, and we should continue to increase efficiency of feed production and feed utilization by animals, and so the efficiency of the animal food production system. I have the maximum respect of the believing of vegetarians and vegans, but we can also continue to be omnivores. Omnivores is not a sin against nature. But in the future, sure, it's better to try to concentrate meat from ruminants, especially in non-arable lands, or to integrate the production from non-arable land using this area, especially for cows, for females, for reproduction, for young animals, with fattening from the arable lands to improve, to optimize the use of resources. Let us move to the second element, water. And in this case, the problems is especially, is water a renewable or non-renewable resource? Is the water shortage a world problem? Is global warming increasing water shortage? The FAO defined the water stress as the ratio between the quantity of fresh water that is uptaken in a country respect to the availability of fresh water beyond the need, the biological need of the ecosystems. And the conclusion of this survey was that nearly all the countries in the Near East and North Africa have water stress levels close of above 100%. Does this mean that in all the other countries there is no problem? Absolutely not, obviously. Because water, or better, surface water is a renewable resource, but it cannot be transported like oil, cereals, and so on from one continent to another. So it is a local, a regional problem. Britt showed before how the dairy industry in USA is moving from the arid southwest area to the humid northeast areas because of this, and this obviously is one of the aspects, the fact to move the crop and animal systems required a lot of water toward the area in which water is not a limiting factor. And we should expect an increase in competition for water because of the increase in population, because of the increase in industrial utilization, because of the increase in economic activities in the world. And what about the climate change? The situation is very variable. In the last 35 years, there was a small trend toward an increase of precipitation at world level, and this is expected because if the temperature is increasing, we expect an increase in evaporation, especially from the oceans, and so also of the precipitations. But what is sure is that there is an increase in the frequency of extreme climate events, and especially those connected with an excess of water. Flooding is the first extreme event in terms of numbers, followed by storms, whereas the extreme temperatures and the drought is much lower. So, is water resource a non-renewable resource? No, surface water is mainly renewable, so we are not destroying, like when we burn petrol, and non-renewable resources forever. We are using a resources that is renovated year after year because of the cycle of water, obviously. And is not a world problem, but is a regional problem, but we expect that the environment suffering from competition for water will increase year after year. And global warming is not increasing directly the problem of water shortage, but increase the extreme events. Third element, air. Here, the questions from society are especially linked to deforestation. The idea is the animal production cause competition for land, is an important cause of deforestation, and deforestation will cause a reduction in the production of oxygen in the world. Well, the FAO data says that the decrease of the forest is similar to the decrease of arable land, not arable land, total agricultural land, arable and meadows and permanent pastures. And so both are suffering a decrease because of urbanization, industrialization, development of infrastructure, but also because of erosions and other phenomena. What is not really always known by mass media is the concept of circularity in an ecosystem. In an ecosystem, as we know, in every ecosystem, there are the autotrophs, which are capturing the carbon dioxide and water to produce the organic substances, the food and the feed, and the oxygen in the same time, in the same place within the cells of the plants for the chlorophyll photosynthesis. And later on, the nutrients and the oxygens are used by the same autotrophs and by the heterotrophs for their life, and they release the CO2 and water that are again captured by autotrophs and so on. So the circularity of the cycles of materials, if the ecosystem is in equilibrium, is constant. So the quantity of carbon dioxide, water, carbohydrates, oxygen remain stable year after year if the ecosystem is in equilibrium. And the food is strictly linked to the production of oxygen, like the use of food is strictly linked to the production of CO2. And so who is producing the oxygen that we need? The cultivated field, the meadows, if there are the cows grazing on the meadows, the vineyard, the apple trees, and so on, and the cultivated fields, the meadows, the vineyard, are also the living beings that are capturing our CO2. Our and that of our animals, the farmed animals, but also the pet animals, the companion animals. So we are the agro-food ecosystem, we and our animals, and it is important to try to maintain equilibrium this ecosystem. This means that we are not using oxygen produced by forests. Oxygen produced by forests is consumed by living beings of the forests, by insects, by molds, by fungi, by squirrels, by what you want. And surely the Amazon is the ecosystem in the world with the highest production of oxygen, but is also the ecosystem with the highest consumption of oxygen. So, are the forests the producers of oxygen we inhale? No. Their O2-CO2 balance is close to zero. Who is producing our oxygen? and that of our animals, the crops which produce our food and feed the antrum, our ecosystem, the ecosystem of the humans. Normally it is said that we are what we eat. We can add, we are what we eat and breathe, because food and oxygen are two aspects of the same phenomenon, the chlorophyllian photosynthesis and the cellular respiration. Fourth element, fire. Is methane the major responsible of global warming? Is enteric methane the major sources of methane in the atmosphere? Is the methane more or less harmful than CO2 from non-renewable carbon? Which is the most harmful greenhouse gases derived from the animal production chains? These are the major questions arising from society. FAO showed that in these last 2 decades, the greenhouse gases by the entire agriculture increased by 16%. So greenhouse gases increased 16%, population 31%, food production 50%. What means this? That now the production of greenhouse gases per person is lower than 20 years ago, and especially is much lower the production for every kilo of food, kilocalories, protein, essential amino acids, nutrients, all you want to put in the denominator, obviously. So there was an improvement of the efficiency of the environmental efficiency of the agro-food ecosystem in these 20 years. But we have still the sign plus here. And clearly the objective is to have zero here, to be carbon neutral. And so to continue to improve the food production, but not to increase the production of greenhouse gases. Please see another aspect is this figure that 40% of agricultural emissions depends on enteric fermentations. And this is a key point. And another message in the FAO, and I do not appreciate too much this kind of message, is 1 kilogram of beef has an impact on world climate 45 times greater than 1 kilo of poultry. In the literature, you can find every type of estimation. These are clearly two extremes. Please consider that the extreme value for beef, for meat from ruminants, are the estimation realized in very extensive systems that are the systems in which there is no alternative for producing food. So clearly it could be improved a lot, no way. But the other question is, the type of problem produced by ruminants is the same as that produced by poultry. The greenhouse gases are all the same? Absolutely not. We know that in the atmosphere here we expect to have 400 ppm of CO2 and 1.8 ppm of methane. Surely methane is 28 times more dangerous than CO2, and so 1.8 times 28 means that the CO2 equivalent of the methane in the atmosphere is 51, not 400. So CO2 represents 74% of the problem, methane 9% of the problem. And this 9% depends all on ruminants, on enteric fermentation? No. It is about 2.5%, because the largest cause of emission of methane in the atmosphere is the extraction industry, extracting the coal, the petrol, the methane, and distribution also in our kitchen where we prepare food, no? Okay. And the second is the dump our slurry, the fermentation of our residues. Please consider another thing. When the enteric methane is oxidized, it becomes CO2, great part. So the global warming potential, the global warming potential moved from 28 to 1. No, it moved from 28 to 0 because the CO2 derived from methane is from renewable resources, from food, from feed in this case, like the CO2 that we produce when we exhale with breath, or the cow is producing methane. The other important thing is the last column, the average life in the atmosphere. When we speak about CO2, we are speaking of an almost permanent damage that cannot be recovered. When we speak about methane, we have a short, medium-term problem, and so this kind of pollution is reversible. It is clear that the value 28 takes into account the fact that the average life in the atmosphere is shorter. But in any case, on average, after 12 years, the methane can disappear. And if we do not produce new methane, the concentration of methane decreases. The concentration of CO2 will not decrease, no more. And this is a great difference. The third greenhouse gas, nitrogen dioxide, is concentrated 6 times less than methane, but it is almost 10 times more dangerous than methane. And so it represents 16% of the global warming effect of our atmosphere. And it lasts 10 times more than methane in the atmosphere. So it is much more serious than the problem of methane. Not only, but the nitrogen dioxide is produced especially by the agriculture. And in the agriculture, the feed production is an important part of agriculture. So we have some responsibility on this for the production of feed and for nutrition of animals. And here, obviously, it is important to try to reduce the quantity of crude protein in the diets of animals. Well, so methane is not the major fossil fuels. Animals, and especially the enteric emissions, is not the principal causes of methane. And the most harmful greenhouse gases produced by our animal production system is the nitrogen dioxide. An important thing is that, in reality, I return for a moment to land use. The future will not see the fight between food and feed. The competition is not between food and feed, but between food and feed together and energy, because we need to increase the energy from renewable resources and so to use biomasses for this. So this is the real struggle of the next year, or opportunity of the next years. Life, we are at the end. We have no time to discuss these important things. I move directly to the response, to the answers. Are animal production chains responsible for loss of biodiversity? Yes, obviously, yes, especially intensive system, especially of farm animal biodiversity, but in part also of the wild species. Is biodiversity only a genetic problem? No, absolutely not. It affects the resistance and resilience of production systems, climate change, pandemics, and so on. Is animal biodiversity preservable under liquid nitrogen? Yes, gene can be preserved, but not for environmental, social, cultural consequences. So we need the live animals. Is there a link between farm animals, biodiversity, and environment? Local breeds are the base for many traditional farming systems, especially in vulnerable areas. Is there a link between animal biodiversity, typical food, gastronomy, and culture? Yes, typical food from local breeds, gastronomy, and eating habits are part of our culture and our tradition. And regarding livestock, can you imagine Davos without animals? In this picture, you can imagine the landscape without the cow. But you should remember that in few decades, without the cow, you don't have the meadow. The forest will grow everywhere, and in the middle of the forest, you cannot see the landscape. So, we are at conclusion. I have no conclusion, because I have put some data on the table, and I ask to you to draw your own conclusion. The only important message for me is the concept of circularity, of the equilibrium of ecosystems, and so that the major problems derive from the external input to the ecosystem, like the fossil fuels, like the nitrogen from chemical fertilizers, like heavy metals, and so on. Lastly, let me dedicate this Leroy Award to all my colleagues from Padova University, from the past, present, and future, the youngs, because they created a so good environment, friendly, effective environment. And so I dedicate to them this award, and to my family, to Emanuela, to our daughters, Giulia and Chiara, and our son, Alberto. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Giovanni, for a very interesting overview of the interactions of livestock with the different elements of the planet, and for these nice questions that you have used to give us some perspective over general assumptions that are sometimes made on these relationships of livestock and their environment. I think it has been very thought-provoking, but unfortunately we don't have time for questions, so will you please approach him during the coffee breaks and at the lunch queue to help him have a more relaxed queue. So thanks very much, Giovanni. Thank you. So now we will move to our last presentation today. As I said, we have the pleasure today of having 2 Leroy awardees instead of 1 this year. In this case, in 2021, the Scientific Committee and the Council decided that the award would go to Jaap van Milgen. Jaap is of Dutch origin, but he has been working in Inrae, in Rennes, for several years now. He is currently Deputy Director of the Department Pégase at Saint-Gilles in France, and he is a renowned scientist in the field of pig nutrition and nutritional modeling with a large number of high-impact publications. Jaap has considerable experience in managing groups and projects, such as the recent FIDAGENE or the PigWeb European projects. Yesterday he was presented by Sam Millet when he received the award. Sam is the president of our Pig Commission, and he did a very nice laudatio of Jaap. You may know that Jaap has served the EAP in many ways, organizing and chairing sessions at our annual meetings, as editor of our publications also. Since January, as I also said yesterday, he is the chair of the management board of the Animal Consortium, that is in the charge of publishing our journals Animal Scientific Proceedings, and Animal Open Space. So the title of Jaap's presentation today will be, as you can see on your screen, something about geometry, I think, linearity, circularity, control, and robustness in biology and livestock production systems. So congratulations, Jaap.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah? I realize that I'm the last stop between you and lunch, so I'll do my utmost best to keep you in the room, and I can promise you, if you stay up to the last slide, you will get a recommendation for tonight, and maybe even for your life. So it's up to you to stay or to leave. You can see the title, and it's a rather long title and perhaps a complex title, so I'd like to split it into two. We've talked a lot about animal production and efficiencies. We've talked a lot about efficiency, and we can see efficiency as the transformation of feed resources. I'm a nutritionist, so feed resources into products that are appreciated by consumers. But in fact, it's a much larger picture that we've seen yesterday and today. How? Because we shape the environment, for better or for worse, depending on your point of view. We use money as input, but we'll use money as an output. And also the consumer that you see on the left-hand side, and the citizen that you also see on the left-hand side, they have questions and sometimes answers on how we should use animal production and produce their food. So what is really an input and what is really an output in terms of efficiency is a very complex issue. The important thing is that we have at least some control of this production system. And we have to face challenges. Of course, we are contributing to some extent to global warming, but also global warming affects us in terms of how we produce our food. And there are, of course, many other challenges that we have to account for. So, linearity, circularity, control, and robustness, the first part of the title. The second part deals with biology and livestock production systems. On the left-hand side, you see the diagram of glycolysis, the Krebs cycle. What I would like to do with you today is go back and forth in biology, because between biological systems that we see here on the left-hand side, very fundamental systems, and larger production systems that you see on larger systems that you see on the right-hand side, there are many terms that we use in both ways. Resource use, we use that typically for livestock production, but it has also an implication for biochemistry. Efficiency, net zero, closing loops. Closing loops is a Krebs cycle is a closed loop with an entry and with an output. Adaptation, biodiversity, agroecology, sustainability. All these aspects you'll find in very fundamental aspects of biology, but you will also find them in livestock production systems. I'd like to go over a few metaphors and analogies that we typically have between biology and society. And in the last few years, you've perhaps seen some publications where they use the word metabolism. You see here two, urban metabolism and territorial metabolism. So we use the metabolism metaphor to talk about larger topics. And of course, you can also say things like, it's in my DNA. Something that, when you say that, you can almost hardly change it. The good thing is we also take things that blame it on my epigenetics. So, but the metaphor between biology and society is there. And if you look a little bit further into that metaphor of metabolism, when we talk about larger systems, you see here a book which is about social metabolism, and they also talk about agrarian metabolism. And what you see in this diagram is flows of material, perhaps flows of information. So that metaphor from using metabolism as a metaphor comes from the use of flows. Now, there's also another metaphor that we can use, and this is what you see here on the map is not the subway map of Paris. It's the metabolism map of your body. The black line, if you take it, it's glycolysis. The yellow circle, that's the Krebs cycle, it makes ATP. So we make these metaphors, or we can make these metaphors between biological systems, fundamental systems, and societal systems. When we look into detail in these aspects, sometimes it's good to take 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps back. Here you see 32 images of something. Have a look at it. What do you see? In fact, what you see is this. You saw sloth, you saw coconuts, and you saw pain au chocolat in French. These were the same images when you take a step back. Another image. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I moved to Western France. I will not argue about whether this is Brittany or Normandy. But what you can see that it's pretty flat. And if I was not born in 1960, but 400 or 500 years ago, my conclusion would be, I live on a flat Earth. But we know, of course, that it is not true. The Earth is round. So that notion of linearity and circularity, you see that all over. And you also see it in metabolism. This is a diagram of Ethel Cornish-Bowden, where he represented biological systems, a substrate being transformed by a series of steps into a product. And that's what we call nowadays the metabolome. What he indicated is that the reaction speeds with which, the velocities with which this occurs is catalyzed by the proteome, different enzymes that catalyze or inhibit the reactions. The interesting thing that he made is that these enzymes themselves are products. They are synthesized, but they also undergo decay. And the rate with which these enzymes are synthesized are catalyzed also by other systems, genetics, epigenetics, and they also undergo the decay. And what he concluded is that all this implies an infinite regress, and understanding how to escape from it is an essential step for understanding life. So you see many circles here. This is linearity and circularity, the detail and the big picture. Robert Rosen was a theoretical biologist, and he said basically that you're sitting here in the room, 8 weeks ago you didn't exist, chemically speaking. 8 weeks from now you will no longer exist, chemically speaking. But you're still there, with your memories, your personality. Isn't that amazing? That you renew yourself every 2 months, and you are still very stable, very robust. And he also said that if science insists on changing particles, they will follow them right through the organism and miss the organism entirely. Linearity and efficiency in nutrition. We've talked a lot about nutrition. I'm a nutritionist. We use that quite often when we talk about energy systems. And what you see is that you go from gross energy, energy that you can measure in a feed, to retained energy, and there are different routes in which energy can be lost in the system. The same holds for protein. So that efficiency aspect is very much embedded in our view on nutrition. But that issue of efficiency is not new. This publication from Armsby dates back to 1925, almost a century ago. And they asked themselves the question, what is the efficiency of using corn as an animal feed or as a food for humans compared to using corn in a steam machine? And they asked themselves not just a question about the efficiency, but also about the ethics of that choice. So that efficiency issue is very complex. We typically think in terms of efficiency of daily gain and food intake, or production and food intake. Now, what is the efficiency of these systems? The food efficiency of the musician, and even of the giant panda, is zero. They eat, but they don't grow. So they eat, there's input, but what is their output? The output of the musician, of course, is not growth here. It's music. It's a completely different notion of output. And to be honest, I don't know exactly what the output for the giant panda is. I'm not an ecologist. But I think for most of it, it is being cute is the output. Going back to the panda. This is a giant panda, pooping giant panda. And you can see it's not just the panda that is giant, also its poop is giant. And panda eat almost exclusively bamboo. And bamboo is very indigestible. And to get their energy, pandas poop roughly 40 times per day. Can you imagine that? If you were a panda, you would not be able to make it through my presentation. Panda, of course, is a bear, part of the bear family, and I don't know how they were all derived from ancestors, but you can see that these bears, the panda, the brown bear, the polar bear, the black bear, they have very different nutritional regimes. panda eats bamboo, there are some bears that eat salmon or some other fish, you have the polar bear that eats a seal, and you have a black bear that eats berries. So they are adapted to another environment, they evolved into a completely different environment. But in eating that, they had to undergo several challenges. Most of these bears go through some state of hibernation, so they have to eat energy to go through the winter. They have to store that energy. And just to make another illustration of the challenge they have to go through, these are all bears with their offspring. They all make milk. Some of these bears have to undergo the same challenge as dairy cows, because how do you make lactose from fiber? How do you make lactose from protein? How do you make lactose from all these products, from fat, from glycerol? They have to undergo the same problem that a lactating dairy cow has to go through, basically meaning that they have evolved very much from a common ancestor, but that lactation has been crucial in maintaining milk with lactose as an element. I want to go back to metabolism and a car. There's an analogy that we can make between metabolism and a car. Basically, if you drive a car, you have a look, you have an eye on the power and the efficiency. What is your metabolic rate? Not to get a speeding ticket. What is my reserve? So you can make an analogy in terms of controls. Keep an eye on these controls. But there are some other analogies that we can make. We have control by hitting the gas or the brake. A specific analogy that I want to stress on a little bit later is that we are very robust. And above all, as a human being and as living organisms, we have the ability to self-repair, which is crucial. A car cannot self-repair. They can make electronic cars they know where to go. If they break down, they do not repair themselves. We have the ability to self-repair. That's what you're doing every 2 months. What we also can do is we can convert regular into premium. And finally, the last part is we can put 100 liters of fuel in a 50-liter tank. These are all aspects of living organisms. And I would like to go with you through some examples of this, just to illustrate how that works. Because for us, for animals, for livestock, glucose and some other fuels will go in. They will run the engine. But it's basically the ATP that drives most of the mechanical, the electrical, and the chemical systems that we have in our body. And if you burn glucose, one of the sources of energy that we can use, you produce CO2, you consume oxygen, and you produce heat. We do not do this like this. What we've been very clever. Basically, we linked that relationship to another one to make ATP. And that ATP allows us to do work, to walk around, to have protein synthesis. Now, I think roughly in the room, half of you, maybe a little bit more than half of you would agree with it that you can make 31 glucose out of 31 ATP out of 1 glucose. The other half will say, no, it was 38. That's the elderly population in the audience. Because our view on how much ATP you can make from 1 glucose has changed in the last decades. That's not the point I want to make. So the most efficient way to make ATP is this. You eat and you walk at the same time. That's not what you do. This morning you had your breakfast. You're probably waiting now for have lunch. I don't know how many of you measured how many calories you ate this morning in anticipation that we may run a little bit late. So you have some control about your metabolism. You store that energy as glucose. Later on, you want to use that energy as ATP. And if you do that as glycogen, perfectly, and if you do it very well and you're well trained, you can even win the marathon in Tokyo. There's another way of winning a marathon, but then you have to make that ATP anaerobically. You can make it very, very fast. Perfect. But then you also make lactate. And if you make that lactate and you have to recycle the lactate back to glucose by the Cori cycle, which we have to do here, I will not go through the calculation, you only make 9.6 ATP. So you see the efficiency, we came from 31, we went back to 30, and now we are roughly 10. So not efficient, It brings you a gold medal, but not efficient. There's another way. You can use glucose to make lipid. And then perhaps in some point in time of your life, you step on the scale and say, nope, I have to do something. So you're going to do some exercise. And if you want to burn that lipid, you can make 334 ATP, which basically means that you have 24 ATPs from one glucose. Just summarizing that reaction, that biochemical reaction that you see, we can have the most efficient way of making ATP from glucose, eating and walking at the same time. But that's not how it works. We have to make reserves for the short term, for the long term. That will reduce the efficiency. And we do all this at the same time. In different organs, we all do this at the same time. A word about control and robustness. Both these dancers are well balanced. What about their energy balance? This lady on the left, her energy intake is exactly equal her energy expenditure. This man on the right-hand side, his energy intake is 1.005 times his energy expenditure. 0.5% he's eating more than he's releasing as heat. You may not believe me, but this is just a calculation, because it's just a matter of time. That 0.5% imbalance mounts up to 13 kilocalories per day. In a year, almost 500 grams of lipid. In 40 years, almost 20 kilograms of lipid. Just because of control or lack of control. Because that difference, that 0.5% difference between energy intake and energy expenditure is 1 peanut per day. Now, we can be amazed by and surprised, and we have to work on the problem of obesity. But shouldn't we be amazed about how do we maintain our energy balance within such a narrow limit? 0.5%. If you do an experiment in your facilities and you find a highly significant difference of 0.5%, what will you conclude? That is amazing about how well controlled and how robust living systems are. This is just an illustration of adipocytes, fat cells. You can culture them. They don't need a brain. They don't need a stomach. They need a medium. And they work. They function. They transdifferentiate. They work. So they have a life of their own, the adipocytes. Isn't it amazing that how can these adipocytes have a life of their own? And how is that control being put into place locally compared to a system where we have a brain, a stomach? Who is in control really in this system? So, a few words about conclusion. Living systems are incredibly robust. 0.5% difference. What we can also say, well, what is 1.5 degree increase in global warming? How does it affect this? Well, in fact, it is a little bit going from that flat Earth to a fat Earth. And it's just a matter of time. And I think we have to ask ourselves the question is how we, as animal scientists, the people who are involved in animal production, can ensure that we don't know how if we can make it fail-proof, probably not. But we have to be sure that we are not the fools of the production systems and fools of global warming. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. There may be a very small difference, but it can have a huge impact. 2, 3 slides to end up with. There were infrastructures, or there are infrastructures of animal research, and perhaps you've heard about the Smart Cow, Vet Bionet, and a series of AquaXL projects. There's now PigWeb, and I'm happy to coordinate that project. And more information will be on Thursday, I think it's afternoon, in session 60. And if you would like to have more information about that and aspects like transnational access, have access to the facilities we have, go to that session and you'll have more information. Isabel was also talking about the animal family of journals. And to be honest, I'm, since January, chairman. But as a chairman, sometimes you also have to be cheerleader, because you have to stimulate the people and the community of publishing in journals that we have nowadays within the consortium. And of course, we have basically our gold standard flagship journal, Animal, with that is publishing the best, innovative, and cutting edge science. We have a rebranded journal called Animal Science Proceedings, in which we can publish quality science proceedings in any language. And a new initiative that we launched very recently called Animal Open Space. Animal Open Space, which is new. There's no APC for 2021. And basically what we want you to do there is we want to give full responsibility, or almost full responsibility, to the author. And we focus on aspects like data papers, method papers. And there's quite a few senior scientists in the room here. Perhaps you have done an experiment 20 years ago. You've published it, but the data is still there. The data has still value. You can publish that data as a data paper in Animal Open Space. So the animal family of journals is responsible publishing by scientists for scientists. I see some people are leaving already, so they missed this very last slide. You can come back if you want. That peanut. I said, well, I may give you a solution for this. And there is a remedy to that solution of that 1 peanut difference between the energy intake and the energy expenditure. And it's here in Switzerland, and you may even try it tonight. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you love the Emmental cheese.
Very nice. Thanks. Thanks very much, Jaap, for a brilliant talk. We were promised yesterday that we would have peanuts, and it's amazing how you have been able to go through your whole presentation without a single picture of a farmed animal. We've had wild animals, cars, and even Eliud Kipchoge. So that was really nice to bring in new concepts that help us understand the biology which underlies our livestock production systems. So I would like to end these plenary sessions, which I hope you have enjoyed as much as I did. I think we have had excellent speakers. We've had a very good discussion. I would like to thank you all for being here, for choosing us over lunch until the end. I think the debate was good anyhow. And for those of us who are following online, also, we are going to finish this streaming. The session was streamed online, but if you like it or you want to recommend it to your colleagues, do know that it will be uploaded on the Eaap YouTube channel, so you will be able to play it as many times as you want. Thanks very much for your attention. Goodbye.